Hold on. This always screws up. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How is everyone doing today? What is everyone up to? Welcome on in, everyone. How's it going, Lotus? Good to see you again, Caged Heart. Welcome in, Lego. Hello, Cardi. Hey, Dalen. What's up with you? Good to see you again to eat your vegetables. Hello, Tal. What's up, NPC 100 stream streak? Heck yeah! Heck yeah! How was everyone's weekend? Sorry for taking off yesterday. I just wasn't we had like a huge storm system roll through here, and I got like a really bad migraine yesterday, so I was just like, you know what? I'm not gonna be my usual chipper self, so I was like, okay, we'll just, you know, I'll work on videos today, and then we'll stream Thursday instead. Getting on in my ears, I'm old. Old man. How many protector stalker floops? About 400 something. About 400 or so. Old man. Alrighty, y'all know what we're doing. We gotta go do some Steel Meridian dailies. We're still not switching over to the other set just yet. So we're just gonna be doing Steel Meridian here. Needs more? I need more soccer floops? Always need more. This storm knocked you on your butt too? Yeah, it was real bad around here. It was like it was actually really, really crazy. It was really fun to watch, but like my brain hurt the hell. Finally I have Varuna Coconut and Foundry. Ooh, very nice. Well, you know, if you need a Varuna build, you know I got you. Including information about all of our abilities and all that jazz. How do you get the glyph we have? This glyph is for only Warframe content creators. Officially recognized, sanctioned creators. Okay, we got room for one more for those who wish to join for Steel Meridian dailies. Until I get my own? Now, you know what? Honestly, I would probably, even if I get my own, I don't know, I would probably keep using this one here. Just sort of like as a point of pride for myself more than anything else. Kestrel build? Yep, there is a Kestrel build. Alrighty, no takers, let's go. Let's go. Ooh, we got rescue and interception. And excavation. All right, well, let's start with interception. Maybe this will be the good interception tile. Maybe it'll be the good one that has all the candies. Maybe. Just maybe. Just a perhaps. Parent sequence. We want to keep, yeah, I'm working on getting, it is the good tile. I'm working on getting my reputations up a little bit more, and then I'll be switching to because I run 4 reputations. Sorry, I'm not quite awake yet. I run 4 reputations, but then what I do is anytime that new things come out in the reputation pool is I swap out what reputations I'm actually running. So I'm in the process of swapping to New Loca, Parent Sequence, Red Veil, and Steel Meridian is the pairing that we are switching to. Yo, Jade, how you been? Hey, CJ, how you doing today? What you up to? So we're just kind of in the process of doing the switch arounds for the next Prime Access, and then we'll probably honestly switch back. Oh, did I not actually take this point? I just kind of like left it. I'm so good at this game. It's because they added in the titles. They added in the titles into the different reputation hubs, Peanuts. And I want to have them. So whenever I do the reputation dance after Prime Access to get my stuff up, then, you know, to get my relic collection growing is a really, really good opportunity to do a switch around. Would it work if you did a throw build? Yeah, but the problem is that it's not an Exilus mod, right? And the flight speed stuff, Whirlwind, I believe, is the other mod that does that, is a Exilus slot mod, whereas that one is just not, right? And that's kind of majorly the problem for it. Doomed to be an accountant because of the confluence of entering a world on tax day. Oh no. Oh no, you poor soul. Stream delay is amazing. Yeah, no, it's I mean, that's not hard to set up. The no stream delay is not difficult to set up at all. It's literally just a setting. And it also depends on the person's hardware and all that jazz, whether or not they can do the full stream delay or not, or no stream delay. But thankfully, I've got myself a good enough PC that I do not care about that stuff. Pew pew, pop pew pew. It's tax day in the US. Yeah, see, I mean, the Canadian tax system is thankfully a little bit more forgiving than the US tax system, so like I'll get my taxes done probably next week. And the other thing is like my taxes are a little bit weird because I rely on, you know, the US tax schedule for all of my income. So like I had to get because, you know, they pay out and they do all their filing of their tax information based off the US system, even for Canadians. So I just kind of like reached out to the revenue agency, was like, hey, so I can't do my taxes until later. I was like, okay, we'll add it to your file. Like, oh, all right. Stop being obtuse. It's your B-day. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Santa. Everyone wish Santa a happy birthday. I hope that you have an excellent day and get to do something special and fun for yourself. We love to hear it. Do you have any plans for the day? I'm always someone who just likes to hang out at home and be not do anything person. That's what I'm all about. I haven't really done anything for my birthday in years now that I can think about it. You didn't know Santa existed? I know, right? Well, to be fair, you are an alien Santa. To be fair. Just got the Kestrel and stats are crazy? Yeah, the Kestrel does some really funny stuff. I really love the Kestrel as a bounce build, rather than doing the explosion build like other glaives where you would do the heavy attack kaboom shenanigans. I'm just not like a big fan of it. I don't know why. Not for any particular reason. It's a really good, you know, function and capability. How long do I stay in game in Warframe? I mean, I'll be playing Warframe for about the next 5 or 6 hours usually. After stream? Oh, no, I don't. I usually don't hang out. I usually, in order to limit burnout for myself in Warframe, I've made it sort of like my personal rule that unless I'm working, I don't play Warframe. Because while I love Warframe, there's always the concern of getting burned out and getting tired, and I don't ever want that to happen. So unless I'm actively working on something, like shorts or videos or anything like that, or streaming, I don't really play Warframe on my own time. I also play Warframe like 50 hours a week because of all of that, so I feel like that's more than enough time. Hey Tazzy, how you doing? Hey Forbidden, how you been? Your potato's gonna be done in like 50 minutes. Showing me your build? Yeah, sure, just type exclamation point Varuna, or my Kestrel, type exclamation point Kestrel. And the nice bot will summon you the build for it. You got this pair incarnate, you want to love it so much. Ooh, very nice. You do have to spell Kestrel properly though. Which, as someone who can't spell, I am not judging you, I'm just letting you know. How you doing, Angel? Been a little while. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Just the mecha set Varuna? Yeah, it's, I mean, the mecha set on Varuna is fantastic. That's why I mentioned it in my video. Saying, be like, and if you, this works amazingly well with the mecha set, and if you want to use the mecha set on this build, these are the swaps that you do. Because, yeah, the mecha set is absolutely fantastic on her. Getting all those extra statuses spread around, hitting more enemies, playing with that combination, it's really, really strong, actually. Really good damage. Joke's on you, thanks to you put the mecha set on Varuna? Hell yeah. That's the right answer. Varuna in the circuit is silly? Varuna is silly, period. I mean, also in the circuit. But just Varuna in general is crazy. What would you recommend? I don't know. It kind of depends on what you mean by that. Weapons, warframes, companions. Like, what in Warframe would I recommend? Are you looking for? Because the real answer is always the boy. It's Neja. But then again, Verona right now is really fun. And spreading makes it absurd? Oh, yeah. No. I mean, you're absolutely right. Like, the decrees make some Warframes specifically crazy. And Verona is certainly one of those frames that goes crazy with those decrees. Last you played was Mirage with the Basilisk. Ooh, good choice. The Basilisk is great. So is obviously Mirage. See, we're slowly dumping the other stats, and we're getting Red Veil back up, and then once we get Red Veil up, then we'll start working on the others there. Yeah. Relic pack. And where are we at for Red Veil? Okay, you're almost back up. Almost back up. What's my Verona fashion? You can check it out in the video, just while I'm doing on my dailies here, if you're very interested in seeing it right now. You forgot, you're on your weird build for Verona, you do not get to a woo. Oh. No wooing for you, why no wooing? If I've got a video for it, it does need to be one word. I don't think I have it. I don't think I have a video on the dual liquor yet. Tazzy, not Tizzy. Nothing gets left out. I mean, to be fair, a lot of stuff doesn't get left out. You know, there's certain things that, like, just because of time and so on and so forth, like, I don't want to drag things too out. So, like, I do actually have to, like, condense some information, especially on the shorts. Like, they get super condensed. But that's because, you know, shorts only have a maximum 3 minutes, and people don't really watch past the first minute and 15 seconds. So you got to, the Mighty Seer! I love the Mighty Seer. You know, you kinda, just because of the style of content that I do, you kind of have to leave some information out. It's impossible to give full explanations for every single thing in a 3-minute short. Especially if you're going over, like, abilities, or, like, I'm working on a series of shorts going over status effects. And, like, I'm working on, like, a lot of beginner-oriented stuff right now. Angel! Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub for 5 months. Heck yeah, thank you. I appreciate you. Except my audio is broken again in OBS. I don't know why. I don't know why this keeps happening. It got fixed and then it stopped working again. There we go. Do you know if Caliban Prime is vaulted? No, Caliban Prime won't be vaulted for like a year? Because it was Protea. Oh wait, no. It was Protea. Oh gosh, where are we? No, yeah, Lavos still should be. Next should be Sevagoth. Then after, no, next would be Sevagoth, then Zaku, then Lavos. Because Caliban just came out, so he's not going to be vaulted for like another 12 plus months. Somewhere in that area. Lavos, Caliban, Ureli, then Gyre. Yeah, so we got a long time. Long time for the Calibro to be banished. Yeah, Zaku was in there too. So the next one to be vaulted should be Sevagoth. And then it should be Zaku, and then it should be Lavos. If my brain is remembering the order properly. Up. Oh, auto-manling. Oh. It's just so much better. Yeah, Ureli was before Caliban, yeah. Marcus, how am I feeling? Much better. Just not always, but sometimes when there's like a bad storm, I just get migraines because of my jaw condition. So yesterday, because of that, I was just like, I am not streaming. And I was also, like, honestly, I was a little bit hungover. I went and hung out with a friend, so then plus that migraine, and you can tell when it's a difference between a hangover migraine and a normal migraine. You can tell the difference. So, I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to be my usual self. I could handle one of these two things, but not both of them at the same time. So I was like, okay, we're just going to take it easy today. Yeah, I do multi-streaming. Urelli's so fun. Urelli's great. Whee! All right, we got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to a shirt, otherwise it takes a back. But yeah, I'm feeling much better today, Marcus. Thanks so much for asking. How have you been? That was way too fast for you to hear. Yep. That's the joke. That do be the joke. You just say it super fast. Morning, Twilight. How you doing today? Thanks for coming on by. How's your day going? What you up to? There are indeed ads. See, told you. Yeah. Because I summoned them. Because I pushed the button that makes the ads show up. Through the power of technology. Get capitalized. How long did I have to practice that? Not really. Just because once you sort of get the rhythm, it just kind of happens. You know, it just kind of happens. Once you get into the swing of it, it's pretty simple, actually. You know, if you say the same thing multiple times a day for a couple of years, you end up just knowing it. Goss and Grendel being in Resurgence is surprising because of the deluxe skins. Other frames should have been them instead. Yeah, I think that them being in Resurgence makes sense because, again, it's the frames. But I get where you're coming from, Voyage. You know, there were a few other frames that would have liked to see come into Resurgence, but you know, they at the end of the day, they gotta do what makes sense for trying to like sell stuff, you know? Goss got vaulted? Yeah, Goss got vaulted like just like 2 prime accesses ago. Should have been Limbo. Oh, poor Limbo. Feeling thankful. Thankfully DE fixed the summons. Yeah, it is nice. I'm glad to see that they fixed some of the aspects of the summons. But there is like one thing still not working, which I talk about in the short today, where Araxia's things aren't. Out of the vault for longest. When a new frame comes into the game, the oldest of the active prime accesses are vaulted. So in this case, it was Volt, or not Volt, it was Gauss, like, what? A little while ago, and frames are usually in rotation for about 15 months. Give or take, obviously, depending on when the prime access released, but it's about 15 months. And Redacted, 1 year. Thank you very much for the 12 months tier 1, Redacted. That is awesome of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. When was Limbo last from Resurgence? Great question, I don't know. You have Gauss relics. Should you wait until he's in Resurgence to sell relics? I mean, you would be wanting to sell them before everybody has access to them in order for maximum profit. The Visor Predicite? No. I think that's one of the Predicites I'm missing still. Really helpful now in Duvary? Oh yeah, no, it's so much better than it was. Yeah. Hey, Vork, how you doing? It's been a year? Oh, that's, you know, considering that we have, what, 50 primes now? Kind of makes sense. That would be a year. Do I want a template for it? Nah, I just gotta, like, get it done. I've got the stuff for it already. It's more of, I've been lazy. You know, the usual. The usual problems of just Zenos being lazy. I think I'm missing like 1 or 2 of the Vulpaphylas and 1 or 2 of the Predacites. Somewhere in that area. Kaio, you feel like they should do 3 resurgence now that we have so many primes? You know, I see where you're coming from with that. It would be kind of nice to have some more active resurgences going at a time. I think we're at 6. Yeah. Cynax up for prime next. Should be next, right? They may choose to change up the priority and the order for whatever reasons, right? As always, this is kind of a whenever they feel like. How busted is the Brand Vandal with his Incarnate? It's quite good, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's like, I mean, it's strong. I wouldn't know if I would call it busted. Like, it's really good. It's this year probably, yeah. So if they're following, because typically primes follow the exact same release order as the originals. So if they're following that, Cynax should have been released where Varuna got released. But Cynax will probably be next, and then after Cynax, it should be Citrine, and then it should be Kulavo after that. MOA companions in 2026. I felt like MOAs when they first released were not that great, and I feel like they're still not that great. Dante Prime when? Next year? Next year? He's used 2023, so it should be like March next year. Like quarter 1, 2027, somewhere in there. He was 2024? Yes, you're right, because Whisper in the Walls was December 2023, and he came out the following patch. So he will be most likely 2028 for Dante. The order was 2 fem, 2 males, so technically speaking, yes, but not directly. The order is, for primes, is the release of the original plus 4 years. The originals typically follow fem, mask. Typically. But, of course, over the years, there's been some changes and some adjustments to that. Like, for instance, Caliban broke that order because Caliban was released with the release of the New War. And then a few others just sort of have broken the pattern, but historically it was mask, fem. But primes usually follow the original order, but then sometimes that also gets broken based off of like technical issues or stuff like that. Yeah, that's why I say mask, fem is because it kind of what? Oh. It kind of just sort of captures like sort of fem presenting or mask presenting, so that's why it kind of covers the non-binary frames like Zaku and Temple. It just sort of like encompasses them into the order, you know. Temple's non-binary but presents fairly masculine. Zaku, also non-binary, presents fairly feminine, so that's kind of why I make that differentiation there. Yeah. Removed it from the prime for the Vandal. You just need a potato. Ooh, nice. Imagine Dante Prime is just Sukuna, probably. Citrine Prime's coming near. Ooh, yeah, I can't wait for that. All right, we're done with our dailies. We're done with our dailies for today. Ooh, I get to rank up. Fan. Also, if we got a mod around, can we shout out at the house hippo? You think they're going to go back from Cynax, Kulavo, Citrine? Yeah, I mean, they just kind of messed around with the order. They also may be changing the primes to be mask, fem, and they may also just be making changes, right, of their release order, just doing what makes sense for them. So it could just be kind of a little bit here, a little bit there, shifting it up because they feel like it. You know, the huge. It's DE. They're just kind of doing their thing. They just do the do. Attack with abilities. Excalibur. And Tron. And we're good. Hey, Tiny, how you doing? Gonna hunt down Hammershot and Nightmares today. I wish you the best of luck. Primes have always been Mask FM. Yeah, but it's also the original order as well on top of that, Ollie. Like for instance, Inaros and Neja were swapped, and then Zaku, Sevagoth, and Lavos were all swapped around, and now Styanax and Varuna are swapped, so you know. It's a little bit What nodes does Hammershot drop from? Nightmares on Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Only nightmare missions. You forgot you get 2 Umbras? Technically, you aren't supposed to have 2 Umbras, but I got 2 because when they did the account mergers, when cross-save, crossplay first came in. Was that Techron? Techron. I ended up having, they gave you, basically, they just smashed the 2 accounts together, so if you had any extras of anything, you just kept the extra, so I kept an extra, of all the Umbral mods and of, Excalibur. Time to die! Whee! Rescue Nightmares? Nope, it can drop from Earth, Venus, Mars, and Earth, Venus, Mars, and Mercury Nightmares, which are all A rotations, which Rescue Nightmares also, no matter what planet they're on, can be A rotation as well, and that's probably what you're thinking. Rescue Nightmares just have a different way of assigning loot rotations? Yeah. Precisely. Rescues are the exception. How does Gara's Shadow Storm augment work? I can't remember it off the top of my head, so once I get out of here, I will take a look at it and tell you. Do you do Nightmare daily since the event dropped, not a single hammer shot? Yeah, it's got like a 1% chance to drop, so that makes sense. There's a reason why it's a 90 platinum mod, right? there do be a reason. Shattered Storm. Okay, let me remind myself that one. Gara. Upgrade. I just can't remember which one that is. When Gara breaks Massive Vitrify Ring with her Shattered Lash, enemies struck by the glass suffer Splendor Storm at 100% strength. Okay, so when you break your her 4 with your 1, they get this damage. This damage scales when you break her 4 with her 1, and also refreshes its duration. So you're playing into sort of that combination of keeping this active, breaking this, popping this, breaking this, like setting up this, breaking it with this, setting up this, breaking it with this, and then any enemy who gets broken by the glass gets hit by this damage, and this damage can scale infinitely. Scale. You haven't gotten a hammer shot either? Yeah, I had a few hammer shots, and I just gave them away to the community. I was like, I don't need the platinum. I don't care. The damage is not scaling up. It should. It will show up in the buff up here. The damage scaling up will show up there. It should be scaling. I haven't heard of it being bugged, but that doesn't mean that it's not bugged. Song reminds you of Scrubs? How does it remind you of Scrubs? Here it goes again. But it's just the base value? Okay, then it might just be a visual bug, or it may be bugged right now. I haven't heard of it being bugged, but again, I haven't really been paying attention to the known bugs forum the last little while here, so I could be wrong. Sometimes the buff bar doesn't show accurately because sometimes it just bugs out and breaks. Like what was happening recently was with the Weeping Wound's Blind Rage was not showing its buff bar properly for the combo multiplier, but it was activating the combo multiplier buff from those weapons. IARC, it means if I recall correctly. If I recall. Ushiro's? I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry. But, welcome in, how you doing? Helped you a ton? Good, I'm glad. You're learning a fair bit, that's what we're here for. It's hard to keep up the kids these days, but that's old. That's older than some chatters. IARC? That's been like a text form thing since like the ever. How dare you? How dare you? Veruna's 4 getting exalted. I think that there's a possibility that it's going to get an exalted. It would, like, I wouldn't say no to it getting an exalted. It would open up a lot of build crafting options for her. Yeah, ability strength. I don't even care about anything else. 350 Scaldra troops. So I could see it, like, I could see it becoming an exalted. It would clean up a lot of the weird damage calculations that ability has. It's very strange. Like, it's really weird. So, is Veruna a fun frame worth getting? Absolutely. Yeah. Veruna is bonkers. Bonkers good, actually. Incredibly high damage output, great survivability options where you can play either into health tanking, shield gating, arcane persistence, invis tanking, high damage, good nuking capabilities. No, yeah, Veruna's outrageous. Give the boy a treat? Okay, once I'm done doing this here, I will give the boy a treat. How you doing today, Icicle? Once I'm done doing this here, I will get the boy a treat him. Tired? Well, don't be tired. Have some coffee or some advanced GG. Just one of those days. I hear you. The fact that her 4th isn't an exalted is showing its age. I think that her 4 deals enough damage, but the problem is that her 4 just needs her it needs the augment, right? Like, it needs that band-aid augment. Where, like, if the 4 didn't have that restriction of requiring the band-aid, I think it would be a much better ability. Favorite Void Cascade frames? Literally anything. I'm not sort of someone, like, I don't really do a lot of Void Cascades. It's not kind of my jam. Like, level caps are fun, but, yeah, you know, they're okay. But, like, Araxia does it fantastically. Nezha was a snooze fest of how easy it was with my Divine Retribution Nezha. Veruna, I took to almost level cap when I was testing her. I took it up to about 5,000, but that was in Disruption, and I just kind of ran out of time to keep going. Caliban's great because you just constantly regenerate your shields and your energy and your health with his first ability. Any frame can go to level cap. It just kind of depends on which one you want to go to. You know, we have so many ways to do level cap now these days, and good survivability options, good damage options, that it's kind of just, you know, pick your poison. It's really just pick your poison stuff. Also, how active or passive you want to be for your survivability? Yeah, exactly. We've got so many different good options. Nidus is because of the stacks. Yeah, I would say that Nidus is probably the hardest. Obviously, now with Arcane Persistence, it's a little bit of a different case. But yeah. Gyrogman, idea for Gyro to the ball, actually 5 with Grundle's ball, pinball shenanigans. I wish you the best of luck. I feel like that's not going to happen. Because I feel like that's a lot of very specific coding for a very specific interaction. Most fun with Veruna? Oh, Veruna goes crazy at level cap. Like I said, I'm not like a major level cap person, but I've seen builds similar to the ones that I have in my video go to level cap. I went to level 5,000 in Disruption and I ran out of time and I was having no problems with Persistence build, but I also prefer Persistence over shield gating. Been wondering, use Magistar with no ribbons. Oh yeah, you don't need a Magistar. You don't need a ribbon for the Magistar. No, no. The Magistar is a fantastic weapon. You do not need a ribbon for that, especially with Zincarnin. If you want to do like slam tech, obviously ribbons will make it better, but like you don't need it. Ribbons are nice to have, not requirements. Almost 2 hours. Yeah. So in Cascade, it takes about hour and a half, I would say, on average to get to level cap. So. You know, it's fun, but it's there. The music's gone. It's not gone. It's just a quiet song. See? There it is. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. See you in a second. 5 more streamers, man? Nope. Exalted 4 would be dope for her. I think that would be kind of cool. But also, like, it's more to do with just, like, some silliness. That's how that thing's coded. Like, I feel like it would just be easier for it to just be coded as an exalted, because it's got like really odd damage calculations. Like even in my Veruna video, I didn't try to do that. I'm an actual dickhead. No, it's just the sad reality of businesses. Hard coding something for a very specific interaction. The reality is that that's a very singular specific interaction that you're wanting them to spend multiple human paid hours for. It would be cool, but I don't think it's going to happen. But if you think that reality makes me a dickhead, all the power to you, my friend. Any build suggestions for Corvex? I got a build for Corvex on the channel. It's pretty neat. Mania. Only YouTube? Yep, it's all on YouTube. Which you can type !YouTube there if you're looking for him, Kimmy. Excalibur build short. There's a build video for Excalibur on the channel. And if you give me a second here, I will copy over. Am I done here? I feel like I should be done here. I am. Good. There we go. There you are. Towards Riven, please go through it. Yep, I'll take a look at it when I'm done here. Was an idea but got stalemated whether to do it. Yeah, that's what I think they mentioned there. Why don't I extract? You don't need to finish this. You can just exit the mission right away. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Skull troops, the melees. Sell the essence? Yeah, but it's like 4 essences, and I would have to wait for extract to pop up, and like, you know, I'm lazy and I don't want to wait. I got stuff to do. Can abilities get multiple augments? Yes, Excalibur is one specifically that has multiple augments for some of his abilities. Slash Dash has 2 augments. I believe his first ability also has 2 augments. Or not his first ability, his second ability has 2 augments. Rob for the 11 months tier 1. Thank you so much, Rob. How have you been? World Arena technically, although they're exclusive, yeah, all augments are exclusive. You can't have multiples of augments applying to an ability. So you can't have Purging Slash and whatever the slash dash one is at the same time. It's one or the other. Augments are always singulars. Rhino have 2 augments. There's a few others that have. I don't remember if Rhino has two augments off the top of my head. For depending on which one. Stat 6. I mean, not really. There's like a few niche cases of Stat 6 existing still in Warframe, but it's not like a thing very much after Tekrod Encore, where exalted weapons got where exalted weapons that were pseudo exalteds, where they needed stat sticks, got shifted in to full exalteds like Korra's Whipclaw, Atlas's Landslide, Gara's Shattered Lash, Ash's Storm. But there is still a few that have it, like Elemental Sandstorm technically requires a stat stick, but there's very few. Feel like some of Gyro augments could be standard. Yeah, I agree. I do agree that it would be nice for some of the augments to get compiled in. Hi Stardust, how you doing today? Do I need one of these? Not really, but I won't say no. Oh, let me give the boy a treat. Feeling better? Yeah, it was just a migraine from the storm. For utility for most of your frames? Oh yeah, no. I mean, like, to a certain degree, yeah. Like, the incarnate movement speed buffs do apply to your frame even when you aren't actively using the movement speed buffs. Same with like the Okina sprint speed and a few others. But like typically speaking, stat sticking in the traditional sense doesn't really exist anymore. You might have to buy that Dante skin. Yeah, I'm gonna buy it. Well, actually, I think I'll get that one for free, but because the whole Warframe day one creator thing. But yeah, no, it's absolutely stunning. If I don't get it for nepotism, I will be buying that one. These actually do like Dante. Dante's a ton of fun. Yeah, so there's a Dante skin coming with the next patch that they showed off on the PAX East dev stream. You've been farming capture missions on Gauss all morning. Begin to worry, irrationally get excited with a straight hallway. Oh no. Oh no. Dante's one of the few mask frames you'll play. I mean, the mask frames in Warframe are fantastic, but all the Warframes in Warframe are fantastic, so it all just suits personal preference and tastes after all. As long as you're having fun, that's what matters. Yeah, the owl skin is really beautiful. Excuse me. Just excuse me. Yeah, I play whatever I feel like playing at that point in time. Yeah, that's totally fair. I get it, princess. Ultimately, play what you want to play. Do what you want to do. It don't matter as long as you're having fun. Oh, I wondered where all the enemies were. I found them. They're all right here for some reason. Why are you all right here for some reason? You're gonna go? It's 1 a.m.? No worries. You have yourself an excellent night. Hope you get a good sleep. We'll catch you later. Try Titania? Oh, Titania's a ton of fun, but I'm not really a big fan of sort of that flying stuff. That's just a personal preference thing. Exalted Glaive for that? Yeah, a lot of people have always been saying that, but I don't think that it needs to be an Exalted, right? Just because it has a weird thing. Just because it has a projectile or a weird thing doesn't mean that it needs to be an Exalted, right? Hey, Lexi, how you doing? What you up to? Good to see you again. Got off work and finally managed to catch a stream. Love to hear that. Red Bull and popcorn. Oh my lord. You're a psychopath. That's what we've just learned here. Hey, Bonds Boy, how you doing? Choppity, choppity, chop, chop, chop. Hey, choppity. Yeah, I don't think influence is counting for melee kills anymore in here again. Hey, Dark Knight, how you doing today? Was just watching your video on the Grimoire. Ooh, fun. I do like the Grimoire. It's pretty dang good. You notice that too? Okay, so I'm not going crazy. It's good to know that I'm not going completely crazy. Why is energy transfer not a part of her base kit? Yep. Great question. Sell trade Archon shards? Yeah, I would love to be able to sell or trade Archon shards. When should you use gas versus when you could use blast? It's really simple. Do you have super high fire rate, super high multi-shot, and can apply 10 stacks of blast super easily and quickly? So you can activate it multiple times. Use blast. Do you have like enough so that you can get multiple activations of 10 stacks of blast in a very short, rapid period of time? That's basically when you use blast. So with like Exalted Blade here, I use gas because I'm usually killing things very instantly. And then the gas clouds leave lingering clouds spread through influence to enemies and nearby. So then I have just sort of AoE damage being added on top of that with the lingering gas clouds. But with Korra's Whip Claw, because you're spamming the ability so much and it's in a wide AoE, I go blast because it will apply much faster there. Well, so blast also works really well on snipers, right? Like it's very, very strong for sniper rifles. So a lot of, or like high damage headshotting weapons, a lot of people like using blast for those because of the instantaneous damage, right? Gas takes a little bit of time to ramp up because of, you know, gas clouds and it's a dot and takes a little bit of time. So, you know, if you're looking for the more immediate damage, then also going into blast as well is a valid option, especially for like snipers and shotgun or snipers and hard-hitting bows like the Daikyu. The other sort of good choice with all that is the other thing with gas is that gas can get headshot multipliers if you're using mod like headshot multiplier mods or arcanes like Deadhead or, you know, stuff like that. So you can get yourself some extra damage out of that combination as well. Thoughts on Soulframe? I absolutely love Soulframe. I just haven't made really much content for Soulframe yet, as I'm kind of waiting for a little bit more. I'm not someone who likes to make content that gets changed in 3 days. Right? Like, I try to make my content so that it'll last at least 6 months. So with the just constant patching and constant changes that they're doing, which makes sense, it is in early access. I just haven't made much content for it yet. But I love Soulframe. I think that Soulframe has a really strong opportunity to be bigger than Warframe ever has been. It's really, really crazy. Soulframe UI has you so stuck? Why does the Soulframe UI have you stuck? Sure. Take a ribbon. Ooh, pistol ribbon. Maybe that'll give me the Stug. Made the critical chance. Tasty. Hey, Andromeda, just stopping by. Before you head to bed, no worries. Uzi, 10 stream streaks. Thanks very much for being here. Destroy a tank. Enjoy your worries. Will it be free in the future? Yeah, it's already technically free if you get a code to get into the preludes. To my knowledge, they're still planning on making it a complete free-to-play experience, but you can sort of get into the pre-alpha, aka the preludes, right away if you want to, by buying a founder pack. It's currently only available on PC as, you know, that kind of makes the most sense for while they're trying to get the game sorted out and set up. So it's going to take a little bit of the time for it to be out on consoles. I would expect to see it out on consoles, like, or get an announcement for consoles at TennoCon this year. I don't think it's going to be out on consoles until probably like next year, realistically speaking. There's still, like, you know, the preludes is the pre-alpha, right? Like, it's super early days in the game's development cycle. You can't play her without energize. She requires the invis to survive, so you have to keep spamming one. Oh yeah, I don't do that. If you watch my went all out, if you watch my Varuna video, yeah, you don't need to worry about that stuff. Like, her survivability is actually really, really strong, but you got to use either shield gating or another mechanic on top of her sort of usual, her invis. Her invis is like not necessarily the greatest for survivability because it breaks when you attack. So it's not something that you can fully utilize more as an escape mechanic rather than as a survivability mechanic. Which, if you watch my full video, all that information is in there, including both options for shield gating or health tanking with arcane persistence, which is my preferred way to play. And if you give me a minute here, I will get the nice bot to summon you a link for Varuna. But yeah, I don't like shield gating, so I play around persistence primarily. And she's basically unkillable with persistence with the proper loadout. The amount of health orbs that you spawn from Lycath's Hunt for melee play makes her incredibly durable. Companions running Hunter Recovery, Restorative Bond on your companion as well for getting the health orbs to give you 100 health, 110 health rather than 50 health. So there's a lot of ways to survive on her, and she's actually very incredibly versatile. Not sure you understood how to get health back while running persistence. Yeah, if you watch the video, the survivability section, I go over that in the video. Mecha set persistence hunter set goes so hard. Oh yeah, no, I mean the mecha set's crazy on her. Which all of my build, or my first build in the video goes over how to make her good to be at persistence. Or for the mecha, not persistence, my apologies. Thoughts on Uriel? I really love Uriel. I think he's very, very fun. He's a little bit one-dimensional because of the limitations on his fourth ability, but he's great as a sort of weapon platform caster hybrid. Hey Mustard, how you doing today? You built your fully to health tank personally with health conversion, adaptation, and blessing? Yeah, I have a persistence build for my fully as well in the video. Which, if you want to see that build, you can type !fully for that one. Where is that? There it is. Breakdown mechanic for Archon shards? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Like a recycling system for Archon shards, I would be super down for that. I've got way too many blues. Way too many blues at this point. Never need as many greens as you've got? Yeah, I'll never need as many blues as I've got. So I feel you there. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to a turbo. Otherwise, it's take. See you second. Bye. Run amber shards these days? Yeah, I use a lot of amber shards. I'm definitely not exclusively, but amber shards are probably my most used shard. And if it's not amber shards, then it's probably violet shards for the equilibrium function. Because just generally speaking, I value mod space over Archon shard space more than anything else, so I would rather shift equilibrium off to my shards if I'm able to. Give me my candy. Give me my candy. Let me through. Let me through. Thank you. Red or purple, strength with poggers. Yeah, strength, free strength, free duration are both really valuable. And of course, purple has the equilibrium, has the electricity ability damage buff, has a few other things, so there's a number of good choices there. Okay, are we done here? We are! One shard! Wee! One shard! Okay, let's see what some people have sent over here. Oli! What you got, Ollie? Ooh, pretty looking Varuna. About to build Kulivo? Heck yeah! Ooh, I like that, Ollie. Looks nice. Gonna lurk for a bit? No worries, enjoy your lurk. Got green shards for toxin ability damage and ability damage on corrosive. So I probably wouldn't toxin ability damage? Do you mean the green shards for toxin damage? What are you talking about there? Toxin status effects deal extra damage. Is that what you're talking about, Ollie, I assume? So one thing that I would keep in mind here with Varuna is that's why equilibrium's on. Precision intensify. Hey, Gnome, how you doing? Impetus multi-augmented for more strength. Yeah, okay. So the only thing that I would keep in mind is when Archon Continuity applies a toxin effect from Fangs, even though Fangs will apply 10 status effects, Archon Continuity will only apply 1 corrosive. So just keep that in mind. So you're not going to be getting a huge amount of corrosive, but if you're just using it for the ability damage shards, it's perfectly fine. Because then you would have 2 ways to apply it, both from its native, like it applying corrosive or toxin, or it applying corrosive and then thus applying corrosive, or applying toxin, thus corrosive. So you can do a little bit there, makes sense. Equilibrium is on here because you said for shard options, brief respite for a little bit of shield gatey shenanigans. The only thing I might recommend is to also put some secondary augment mods, auger mods onto your secondary as well, so that you just have a little bit more shield generation. I find having a little bit more is very impactful, so just keep that in mind there only. Lotus, what you got? Ooh, very pretty Korra. Oh, it's really nice, actually. Don't like the bunny ears, but I've never liked the bunny ears. Just need to apply 1 for the ability damage? Yeah, exactly. I probably, realistically speaking, Ollie, I wouldn't go into the Toxin procs shard. the toxins doing more damage. Because it's 1 of 13, right? It's going to apply 5 of 13. So like, yeah, it has like a about 30% chance to apply toxin. But, you know, I don't know if I would use the shards in that way personally. Just because it's only 30% chance. You know, it might not be activating too frequently, so I don't know if I would personally go that route. Doesn't mean that you can't go that route. Absolutely not. But it's just something I don't think I would do. Adaptation, no helmet, fury, multi-augmented, whip claw. So you don't need this much strength if you're going into a whip claw build, unless you're using a helmet in order to facilitate something like nourish for more damage and energy regeneration. So I would say you've probably gone a little bit too hard into strength here, and I would say go more into range. Like I would drop multi-augmented here, or sorry, not multi-augmented. I would drop blind rage here for more range. Because the range that you put onto your Korra does increase the AoE of her whip claw, which that's the whole reason that you're playing Korra most of the time these days. So I would probably look at getting some more range on here, and you don't need as much strength here. Why does whip claw not need strength maxing? It just doesn't scale very well off of strength. It's got very low base damage, and accumulating whip claw is more than anything its actual damage multiplier. So you probably don't need as much strength as you have here. Adaptate overextended, you could go into overextended, absolutely. You would then lose, you know, 130% strength if you did that. But of course, with multi-augmented, once you get this maxed up, we'll be giving you 60% strength. So then at least that will counteract overextended, right? But yeah, you don't need as much strength on Korra. In my Korra video that I did, I went hard into strength because I was leaning more into the helmet choice, Nourish in my video, or of course any helmet. Most helmets want high strength. So yeah, that's kind of like the way sort of I look at it. The other thing that's important to remember is, again, auger mods onto your pistols, then you get a little bit of shield gating because you're going to be spamming your abilities. You might as well take advantage of that. And adaptation just gives you a little bit more there. Right. And your whip claw. Blast electric, melee influence, blood rush, weeping wounds, prime pressure point, shocking touch, galvanized. Yep, looks good. Nothing to say here other than get your mods maxed. And your influence maxed. And yeah, your prime pressure point maxed. Nothing to say there otherwise. Mender, your Trinity. Ooh, Trinity. She gold, she black. She looks a bit like a prime. Your Varuna. 100 adrenaline to feed your energy. Yeah, Oscar, that just shows up with exalted weapons because it doesn't transfer over the stance mod. That's all. It doesn't show the stance mod there. And that's why it shows the -6, because there's no stance. Persistence, multi-augmented, 100 adrenaline, so you don't need to use any. In fact, you know what? Ooh, neutron star. That's interesting. 100 adrenaline, neutron star, prey. Yes, whip claw, if you have it modded with electric, counts as an ability and thus will activate Archon stretch. So persistence, multi-augmented, 100 adrenaline gives you free energy, so you don't need to rely on Lightcat's hunt for energy at the very minimum. You will need to, of course, figure out life, but if you're playing around with melee, then you don't care. You have enough duration for neutron star to do its thing. You might want to, yeah, but you're running triple umbrals, so you do need triple umbrals in order to get the armor up in order to activate persistence. I don't think you can get away with just umbral fiber and umbral intensify, because I would say maybe running Archon Vitality here might be a better shout. But you could go Archon Vitality, umbral intensify, and health conversion if you're playing for melee here. And then you would be able to get your neutron stars applying more heat damage as like a potential alternative, and you wouldn't need to put another umbral forma here because you just shift this guy over here, right? Shift that guy over there, and then you got these 2 mod spots for health conversion and Archon Vitality if you felt like doing that. It's just so that null stars would apply more. Looks like a really fun build. Yeah, it does actually. Remember that like the damage reduction isn't super necessary for persistence, but it is nice for those. Negative strength for, yeah, the growing power and multi-augmented gets you into the positive, so it's not too bad. This gets you to positive. This gets you to neutral. Multi-augmented gets you the rest of the way. Lilith, a phage. Frigid Blast, Blaze, 60-60 instead. Multi-shot, Toxin, Fire Rate, very nice. Crux for ammo efficiency, more stat chance. Yeah, so I would just switch this out for 60-60. Or actually, I would just remove this. Yeah, I would remove this. And because it's a continuous fire beam weapon, I would actually put in just regular neutral damage to play into the Savvy and the multi-shot. Hey, Scamcat. Go Viral Electric. Viral Electric is also very solid, but this has got Viral Blast. But you could actually switch out the Toxin for Electric, and that might be a better option. And then do Viral Blast Electric Magnetic. I think that's probably what I would do. I would switch out the Scattering Inferno 60-60 for the Electric 60-60. And then switch this out, or and then switch this out for like just regular base damage, because this has got multi-shot. This, oh, but then this has Toxin in it, so then it would get sucked into Corrosive. Although Corrosive Blast Viral Magnetic does sound pretty tasty. Actually, that does sound pretty tasty. But then you wouldn't be getting like as much from Elementalist. But you could go Debilitate instead of Crux. And then you would have lots of things to work with Elementalist. But Crux is really nice. You got some options here at the very minimum. Ooh. Revan for the 65 stream streak. How you doing? Oh, that looks pretty. Really like that. Nice, Lilith. Voyage, what you got? Vobin. It's a light show on Headshot with Blast? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh. It's Hellboy. Redacted. Rhino. Oh, that looks cool. Arcane Reaper does not work on Varuna's 4. I don't think that it counts as a melee for Varuna's 4 off the top of my head, but I don't remember. Oh, that looks kind of cool. Oh, Taken Fashion. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Necros. Yep, another Taken Fashion. Nidus, also another Taken Fashion. Ooh, those look really cool, actually, Redacted. I like those. Uriel. Ooh, that one also looks really nice. I think I would probably... Oh, maybe darken down one of these colors, like this gray on here, just so that the sort of eggshell blue, like the Robin eggshell blue kind of stands out more. Ooh, but that looks really good here. Really, really nice. Should you buy the Goss and Grendel bundle? Are you going to play Goss and Grendel? Then yes. You burst a Raven, plus build, you have 3 tough for... Okay. Crit chance, electricity, crit damage? That's pretty tasty, actually. It's not a bad Riven at all. It's pretty dang tasty. I would say fire rate is something you're missing here. You could drop Amalgam Serration. Would I? Realistically, I would probably drop Galvanized Scope. But I'm not someone who really likes doing ADS. I would definitely say get some fire rate on here. Keep in mind that this electricity is going to get sucked into the heat on the Incarnate to give you rad. So you might also want to look at getting like corrosive here. Drag this electricity into the corrosive. And then do corrosive heat. Hammer shot for the augment. Yeah, hammer shot for the augment is not a bad choice either. Oh, you got 2 electrics on here. Yeah, no, I would switch out high voltage for Toxin 60-60. Because the electricity on here will combine with the heat from the Incarnate. Which will give you rad. So you have a corrosive build, radiate build, and all the other mods. Yeah, I would probably go into corrosive instead of radiation on here. Radiation has a status effect, like it's not bad, but it's not great. Corrosive is much more valuable, especially with corrosive and heat. Then you can get the enemy's armor down to about 80% less. So that's probably what I would look at doing. So I'd say fire rate here, either the augment or shred / prime shred, or just like vile acceleration if you feel like it. And then I would switch this out for a toxin mod. The rest of that all looks good though. You could switch this out for galvanized aptitude, but like it's, 6 1, half dozen another. Hey Manuel, how you doing? Does Varuna's 4 knock back demolishers? I know it knockbacks acolytes, but I do not think that it knocks back demolishers. off the top of my head. Varuna / abilities. Feeling better? Yeah, it was just a migraine. I know that it knockbacks acolytes, but I do not remember if it knockbacks demolisher targets off the top of my head. Migraines suck. Yeah, they just with bad storms, I sometimes get migraines with them. So, hero. Ooh, very pretty Varuna. I actually really like that. It looks nice. Although, you know what the problem with Varuna's Deluxe is that it's the metallic color, so the prime skin doesn't really super... Terra. Thank you. Begrudgingly. Although the gold, the shiny pink does actually match the shiny pink on the rest of the armor, so maybe I'll take that back. Protea. Pure electric with rad, corrosive, magnetic, electric build for the manifold thing. Yeah, I would say like the general purpose one that I would recommend is definitely corrosive. Rad as a status effect doesn't super matter. Magnetic is a status effect that you can put in as a single mod slot, so you don't need to build around it. Type of thing. I really like that hero. This is a really pretty Protea. What you got in your Protea build? Nourish over the 3, concentration for more duration, double temporals, so you're playing around the 4, multi augmented for more strength. Rolling guard, not a bad choice. Why haven't I done the MR test? Because people keep asking me about it, so I keep pushing it back a day. It's now at, since I've had my LR5 test available since December, and I set it at a 6-month duration. And because people keep asking, I add a day anytime that people ask. So we're down to 5 months and 10 days. That's how often people ask why I haven't done my MR test. It's just a bit. It's just a funny little bit. Just keeping up with a meme? Oh yeah, no, it's literally a meme. Yeah. Every time you use heavy attacks with Tennokai, it still uses your combo unless you heavy slam. Odd. Shouldn't be doing that. Why haven't I done my MR test? No, it's got a cooldown. Someone just asked, so now it's on a cooldown. And you can only find out what the cooldown is because if you're a tier 3 sub, which also started as a bit and a joke, and then 2 people called me on it instantly. So now it's not a bit and a joke because I feel bad. Hey Damien, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, nothing to say here really. It looks all good. Having a little bit of range on here for the temporal artillery could be nice. But honestly, you're fun. The rolling guard is a great choice because this shield survivability is super good. Day off counting against the timer? Yeah, it's days. It's real days. Real human days. Back from Disneyland now? Oh yeah, welcome back. Slamming the exit of Foley can send you flying at times? Yep. It happens every once in a while. Oh, that looks cool, Uzi. I like that. Little Piccolo-ish. Ooh, Doomslayer. Very nice. Hydroid. Oh. Yeah, I said Piccolo. I said Piccolo-ish. Ooh, cool looking Varuna. I really like that, actually. That's neat. Like to know my opinion on this Excelsior build. Frostbite. Just cold. Heavy cal. I wouldn't do just cold. I would probably drop rhyme rounds since it's clear that you're playing around the full AoE, which honestly you should with this weapon. Vigilante supplies instead of rifle ammo mutation, so you can get the extra crit stuff. And I would drop rhyme rounds for fulmination or firestorm, whatever it is for rifles. I always get it mixed up just to boost up the range. Otherwise, it looks fine. I typically would go viral on here just to play into the slash on it, but it's kind of 6 of one, half dozen another. Use this Varuna build with the Venka. Prey, Steel Charge, Aegis, Fury. So you're doing shield gatey stuff. Why Blood Altar? I guess is my only question. Why Blood Altar? Because if you're playing with melee, then you get Lycath's Hunt heal health orbs. So you don't really need the health from this. You have the status immunity from this, so you don't need the status immunity from this. I kind of feel like Blood Altar doesn't make sense unless you have a specific combination for this that I don't know about. Remember, Archon Flow doesn't actually activate off of this because the ability doesn't deal cold damage. So it needs to be the ability getting the kills with cold damage. So just keep in mind that this won't activate. But Archon Stretch will activate here, which if you wanted to go that route. But yeah, yeah, Blood Altar is the only thing I'm confused about here. The rest of this all looks fine. Yep, nothing to say there. Influence, electricity. Yeah, looks good. Nope, nothing to say there. All right, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people look at per ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, so subscribe, otherwise, bye. Oh, Interaction with Afflictions, but it doesn't work anymore, sadly. Yeah, but Afflictions is just weird. Afflictions is always one of those weirdo things. Every once in a while, it pops up and does stupid things. It's like, surprise! Afflictions. It does dumb. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a quick break here. And then we're gonna I need to go stretch, my legs. Because I'm a broken old man. So we're just gonna quickly run, just throw up the BRB screen. We'll be back, and then we're gonna do, ETA. I've returned. Okay, let's go see what we got for ETA, shall we? Kaya, what you got for us? Cynax. Do I just helicopter it? Helicopter Cynax, make this easy. What do we got here? Don't care, don't care, don't care, do care. Yeah, we do Cynax. All right, who wants to join me? ETA, who wants to join? Voyage, anyone else? Let's make sure I'm on the helicopter. Good. And pox. Any of these need the... Okay, that one is the less damage, so but we got that thing for that. Okay, anyone who wants to join? Mustard, do you want to join? We got room for 2. Okay, we got room for 1. ETA. Burger. Boyga. And sure. And sure. Biblical with Uriel's fun? Yeah, that's why I did that short. It's hilarious. Icicle, just let me know when you're in, and I will send you an invite. Moments, you many. You're right, bot. I should drink my advanced GG hydration flavor. You just checked your ETA and just really screwed you over. 3 frames you don't play. Ah, you got this. It's easy. There you are, Icicle. Easy peasy. Hey, Jade. Welcome back. How you doing? All right. Let me know when you're all good, peeps. Bonds boy. Let's take a look at what you got here. You got an Onos. Okay. So if I remember right, the Onos gets multiplicative damage from a galvanized shot, although don't quote me on that, I'm not 100% certain. Going super hard into heat here. Not a bad choice, but you could go into something else here. What do you got here? Cascade of Flare, crit, galvanized shot, aptitude. Yeah, I feel like going that hard into heat, it's not super necessary, but it's not like a bad idea because, you know, heat's really good. And you are running Cascade of Flare. The rest of the build looks fine. Labosh. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Temple Corvax Revenant, you ever built out your rev? Oh. Triple Umbral, Persistence, Bellicose, Valiance. The only thing I would recommend here is maybe drop Nira's Hatred for Ophidian Bites Augment. Gives it more range, so it allows you to heal easier to play in the Persistence, but also will help to reduce your cooldowns even further, so you can spam more abilities. So I'd maybe recommend switching that out for the Augment for Ophidian Bite. Otherwise, the rest of this all looks good. Yeah, nothing to say. Nothing to say, although you might be going into Nira's Hatred to get Bellicose up. Remember, Bellicose matches Persistence at 2600 health, so depending on what your health values are, you might want to switch into Molt Augmented. Your Hildren looks very pretty. And your Varuna, Impetus, Aegis. Okay, so you're playing Shield Gatey, Shield Tanky. You got Wrathful, Corrosive Projection. So the only thing that I would say is you got one Augur here. You could switch out Corrosive Projection to... Brief Respite for more Shield Gate stuff, or run some Augur mods on your pistols. Is the only thing I would really say there. Otherwise, the rest of this all looks good. Nothing to say there, Bonds Boy. Okay, sounds like we are good to go here. The Cheese Wizard! Change your name from Chris. Well, welcome on back, Chris, aka Cheese Wizard. Thank you very much for the 3 months tier 1. Very kind of you. Look, it's the infamous Anonymous Tenno. Is unowned for Nira's Hatred? I don't know what you mean by that. You got 2 blue shards and EDA? Oh no. It's the Flynn curse and Flynn's not even here. Secret tunnel. Oh my lord. So this weekend, my friend and I, we hung out. I haven't seen him in months. I bought a whole booster pack, a whole pack of Avatar: The Last Airbender magic cards, and ripped them with him this weekend. We didn't get anything too cool, unfortunately. But it seems like MacDix, Brozyme, myself, and a few others we're gonna be doing because Brozyme's got the live streaming, the IRL live streaming backpack. So one night at TennoCon, I'm gonna bring a few boxes of these down, and we're gonna do a pack ripping thing with them. For the fun of it. What? Help! I forgot there was vampires. Thank you. I was just getting my energy up. What decks? I really love, I haven't played Magic in a very, very long time. But typically I really love high-paced decks, so usually white, sometimes green, red, so like I love high-paced, high-speed decks, typically speaking. You're at MTG? Yeah, I bought a whole entire booster box of, the Avatar: The Last Airbender. So, and my friend got some of the Final Fantasy cards. So we played a little bit doing that. Man, I love it when the enemies in here just sit back and take forever, and they just kind of hang back here screwing us up. Does the Operation version drop parts for Varun or for Foley? Yes. Okay, okay, calm down. Okay, calm down. I can move. I know how to play this game sometimes. I don't think we have to do the Ephebron charge here. Yeah, we don't have to do the Ephebron charge here. We just gotta Moida. Just got to Moida. But you know what? Since we already have two in, I might as well just drag this one over here since I got it in my hands. The Final Fantasy cards? Yeah, see, for me, Avatar is the set that I care about, so that's the one I'm going for. Is I'd love to have a full master set, I believe is what they call it. Where the hell are you wanting us to go? PC card games? Not so much, no. Like, if I'm gonna do cards, I want to do it IRL. That's kind of more of the fun for me, is like hanging out with friends, playing cards. So I don't really do like Hearthstone or anything like that. I typically will stick to those. Super expensive, especially since some of it was in collector packs. Yep. The dream for TennoCon is to have 2 booster boxes of the normal play packs and then 1 box of the collector packs for the TennoCon card ripping shenanigans with Brozyme and MacDix. Sky Slayer. But yeah, I'm not like super. I haven't been into Magic since like OG Morodin back in like 2008. No, 2003. Was kind of when like Kamizawa was the set that I kind of stopped playing Magic in. But I really love the Avatar cards. They're really pretty. Oh, speaking of, has my Amazon order showed up? Any recommendations for Hybrid Archon shards? Oh, it's at the door. Hold on. I'll be right back. I got myself a card binder for it. Rah! Hey, Raging, how you doing? Oh, you turn off abilities today, Temple? Temple, why you gotta be like this? Come on, Temple, why you gotta be like this? Turn off my abilities, you jerk. Actual Kamigawa, like the OG, the first run of Kamigawa, whenever that was, like 20 plus years ago. Like, I think I was 15. I think it was 20 years ago when the OG Kamigawa came out. Leave your Warhammer alone. I need to sell all my Warhammer. I just need to accept my fate with that game and just get rid of it. I'm still sitting on like 4 armies. Heard of Blackout? No, I've never heard of Blackout. No idea what you're talking about. You're kind of new? Yeah, I'm basically new to Magic. I haven't been playing that forever. I have not been playing Magic since I was but a wee lad. That's a 401k? No, not that expensive. Warhammer does not resell for very much. Unless, of course, you're an expert painter, then, you know, that's always an exception if you're very, very good at painting. Which, back in the day, I used to be actually really good at painting, but never all that interesting. I haven't touched Warhammer in a dog's age at this point. Damn you, Temple, turning off my abilities, you jerk. Damn it, Temple! We're here to help you. You only collect cards for character in the art? Yeah, and for me, it's like I want to collect the full avatar set for at least like the baseline. Like if I don't get the, you know, alt art super expensive rare cards that are like what in the avatar set, the super rare cards are going for $3,000. Like I'm not ever expecting to get any of those. But like everything else that's the normal cards I'll get, like I'll be very happy with. And like a few of the rarer ones that have like set art. There's a few cards when like you line them up properly, they have different art to go with each other. And they sort of have sort of a little art scene to be played with that. So that's kind of the only thing that I really want, because I would love to do sort of a like a shadow box thing for those cards. For like a little wall piece, because Avatar: The Last Airbender is like my childhood show. It's my nostalgia show. I love watching it. I've seen the series like a billion times over the years. Scalpers, yeah. Well, I mean, thankfully the card shops here are usually pretty good about that, because there's so much disdain for scalpers. So I've thankfully never really had problems getting the stuff if need be. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads so that new people don't get brutal ads. See you in a second. Arcane Escapist, yeah. We aren't getting good luck this week, unfortunately. You always buy from local game shop? Yep, I always buy from local game shops. Yep. I can't remember if my old boss still is selling Magic or not at his shop. Because I used to work for Games Workshop, and my boss ended up opening his own hobby shop. So I don't know if he's still selling Magic there, but if he is, I would definitely prefer to support him than anybody else. He was a very good dude to me. Come on, kitty. Why did they have to code Calamos like such a cat? I don't know if I want to go here. This spot's not right. Let me circle around for 7 years. Stupid Calamos. Hard-coded as a cat. How dare they? You do enjoy the set even though you're stuck with the digital stuff because you're broke? Yeah, see, for me, like, I want to own the physical set. Like, you know, like I said, it's the nostalgia game for me. It's the nostalgia series for me. So I'm gonna, if we got the funds before TennoCon, I plan on at least picking up 2 boxes, and then if we get really lucky for TennoCon, I'm gonna buy a collector booster box as well. But that's like $1,000 worth of packs. So that's not gonna be very likely to have that much. Are you the real one? You are the real one. Here, I shall protect you, squad. I shall protect you. I'm the support. It's me, the support. Where the hell is Calamos? Calamos? At least those boxes are cheaper. Is there cards only in there too? There is a TCG for Warframe? Not that I know of. Cynex a support frame? Nah, not really, but with his Overguard generation, he can support your team by giving your team Overguard. So you can kind of support. Also, he gives free energy to his squad too with his 3rd ability, and free shield generation for his squad too with his 3rd ability. So he's like quasi support, but like not super support. May appear in the collector packs or not in the normal play boosters. I didn't realize that. I thought that the play boosters still had the likelihood of getting the just like a much lower likelihood of getting the ultra rare cards, and that the collector packs had just a increased likelihood of giving you the ultra rare cards. That's what I thought. But also, I'm completely new to the new style of things that Magic's been doing, so I have literally no idea. I shall protect you, squad! Why do we have 2 waypoints for Calamos? Calamos? Did Eternalism hit Calamos too? What the? What the? Jumpstart is separate product from Play Boosters. Yeah, I knew that. And some of those cards are expensive because no one wants to open them since it's 10 lands per pack and you don't need them. They're meant for new players mostly. Is there like a place to see where each card drops from? Or has like the chances for dropping from? Like, do they publish that information? They do? Okay. I'll have to look it up. Scryfall has that information? Okay, I'll have to look it up then. Oh, hi there, May. How you doing today? TCGs are gotchas for non-weebs? Yeah, no, it's gambling for cardboard. Yeah. It's literally gambling for cardboard. There is no difference. Thank you for the different short builds of items. You appreciate them? More than happy to. Welcome on in. How you doing, Strife? Just goes. Head ouchie, thunderstorm happening? Yeah, that's what was happening to me yesterday. So, get your pain. Hey, where you going? Nowhere. You're dead. 2 extract. Easy ETA. As it turns out, having free overguard for your squad does make ETA very easy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I'm at the extraction point. So the one thing I wasn't certain about this card binder. Ah, yes, it is. Okay. Yes, I got a card binder for it. Whee. Can you post a link? You actually can't. But you can shoot me a PM. You have me on Discord. GG squad, nice and easy. Flynn's not here though. We can't even blame Flynn for this. We can't even blame Flynn for this one this time. Started when Hydroid Prime came out? Ooh, nice. Browse wares. I guess we'll just pick up a hot shot. And we'll pick up another Universal Fallout. You always blame him for any blues you get? I mean, that is fair. I too would blame Flynn for all blues. DM'd it? Perfect. Thank you very much, Rat Pack. Oh, so it actually says where all the cards come from in here? Ah, you're right. So is there cards that only come in... Oh, so these ones only come from the Jumpstart boosters. Oh, interesting. Oh, no, I should say that these are cards that are in the Jumpstart boosters, I should say. So, like, what's the... Oh, yeah, look at that. The white cards exponentially get larger. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I'll have to keep my eye out for that. Muted, not on screen. Well, does it count your lurk? I believe so, yeah. Yeah, okay. And then some that are only in the collector's boosters. Interesting. Okay, well, is there like a way to filter it so that it's only the ones that are in the collector boosters? Because obviously, like we saw this one here, a couple of these are like from multiple of these. But is there a way to see what ones are? Oh, I guess here, right? Collector booster. They can come in all of them. Okay, so yeah, so it says here at the very minimum. I wonder if it has like... Oh, that's not what I wanted. Thank you. Yeah, so a lot of these could be dropping inside of the collector boosters. Yeah, I wonder if there's any that like have 0 chance of coming in the collector's boosters. Or 0 chance of coming in the play boosters. Interesting, interesting. Oh yeah, like this one here. Airbender Ascension. Collector boosters in the commander bundle. This one here too. This one here too. Yeah. Interesting. Well, that's actually really frustrating. I don't like that. That's kind of scummy business practice. But I suppose, what can you do, right? What can you do? Want to hear a horrible joke? No. Maybe. There's good exclusive products on each of them? Yeah, exactly. It's, you know, capitalism do be capitalism. Where do bad rainbows go? Oh. Ceramic dagger, who's this? Toucan, your movement stick. Damage there to also delete acolytes. With all effects actives, lets you copter like 100 meters in 2 seconds. Oh my lord. Prism, it's a light sentence, but it gives them time to reflect. I hate you. Talking about getting booster packs for Warframe? No. We were talking about the avatar there. Have all ultra special treatment cards you found in play boosters? Yeah, I saw that. But like for me, the thing is like I just want to open up. Like I want to get, even if it's just the full normal set, I do want to get the full normal set. At the very minimum, if I get any of the cool cards, I get the cool cards, you know? Corrupted Charge, Truth Flame, Dispatch Overdrive, Covert Lethality. Why not Galvanized Reflex on here instead of Covert Lethality? Or are you playing around finishers? I guess the question is, are you playing around finishers or are you playing around the initial combo? Because if you're playing around the initial combo, you might want to go Galvanized Reflex instead. What's that to the Ribbon? Initial combo attack speed, so I'm guessing the initial combo. 1,000 rolls? Alright. Fortune of X. What you got? You've got Elabosh, Roar over the 2. I mean, the 2 is really fun for movement, but I guess if you don't like it, Roar is a fine choice. Persistence, Avenger, double Umbrals. I would probably try to do triple Umbrals here, realistically. Like, I would drop this for triple Umbrals, just for the extra health and the extra armor, and then also more strength. Rolling Guard for the survivability, the shenanigans. I actually don't think that you need Rolling Guard here, because as long as you pick up a Universal Orb from here, then you're fine. Right? You get status immunity when you pick up a Universal Orb, so, and with the amount of health orbs that are laying around on the ground these days, you probably don't need Rolling Guard realistically here, unless you're using it for the invincibility, 3 seconds, which is fair, I get it. Again, unless you're doing a slam build, I probably wouldn't go into Nira's Hatred. You could probably go either, more range, probably more range since you got, oh, but you're going Valiant's Formation, so you probably don't need more range. Probably don't need more range. Maybe more strength for Roar. But you don't really need strength because Valiance, but also more strength there is nice. Avenger for the extra crit chance, Arcane Persistence, yeah, all looks good. Again, you might want to think about Ophidian Bite. I found it to be really, really nice for persistence builds because it increases the range. Adaptation with persistence isn't the greatest because you're still going to take a maximum of 500 damage even with persistence. So, and once you get into the steel path, you're, even with 90% damage reduction, you're probably still going to be taking that much anyway from big hits. So, not running persistence? Yep. You mean that one that says persistence? Avenger persistence? To be fair, you can't see these because my camera's blocking it. Gas influence. So you're doing gas from Lavos, and then were you getting electric here for influence? Oh, Koto Hiroto. So you would have the Valiance formation, or the Valiance bonus. UI is weird when it's showing shields. Yeah, the UI is weird for link build links. It's to be fair. You're absolutely right. Weaver Moon's Blood Rush, Elementalist, Progenitor. Yep. I got there. I figured it out. 90% follow through, so Prime Breach makes a ton of sense. Prime Pressure Point. I don't know if I would go both Prime Pressure Point and Condition Overload. There's not really a big reason to do that here. So you could actually to lean harder into the electricity to get melee influence active more often and also give you just more electricity damage because it's good. You could switch this out for the electricity 60-60. Because you got Condition Overload here, you got 3 status effects here, plus the gas, plus the electric. So you got 5. You probably don't need Prime Pressure Point. You can probably switch this out for electric 60-60. Or the magnetic one if you're looking for another status element on here for just damage, and also gives you some more attack speed. And having a lot of attack speed on the Heretto was actually a ton of fun. Lavosh. Ooh, he looks good. Ooh. Citrine Deluxe Ephemeris is probably the best thing ever added to this game. You know, I'm actually not a... Wait, what one is that one? That's the shiny one? Ooh, that one is pretty good. I'll give you that one. Yeah. Running more than just fiber? Yeah, so the Umbral mods, they'll boost each other up. When you get up to the max rank, when you have max rank and all 3 on, it's 180 health, 180% health, 180% shields, and 77% strength. So it is worthwhile to run them if the build fits into that. Manual, AX52. Okay, so you might not have the augment yet, but if you do have the augment, switch this out for that when you get it. Primary Crux is fantastic on this for when you're doing the hip firing, because the primary Crux, once you get this maxed out, plus its unique trait will give you 100% ammo efficiency. Typically in the game you can't get that except for when Crux interacts with weapons' unique traits or incarnate evolutions, such as here. Speed trigger for the extra fire rate. If you have it, Prime Shred, regular Shred instead, because then you also get Punch Through. Remember, Punch Through makes any non-AoE weapon an AoE weapon, which is great. I wouldn't, instead of going gas on here, I would go blast. For 2 reasons. 1, you have prime cryo rounds, so that gives you significantly more damage, and 2, it has such high status chance with primary Crux kicking in that you will be getting to that 10 stacks very rapidly and very quickly. So I would probably recommend going into blast on here because of multi-shot, fire rate, status chance, all those reasons. You'll be hitting 10 blast stacks very rapidly and resetting it so that you can get it multiple times. So yeah, 60-60 heat is the other thing here. And then switch this out for prime cryo rounds if you have it, or 60-60 cold if you don't. When you get the augment for it, it should be showing up in the Nightwave store eventually. Or through special holiday events, they sometimes will put the older Nightwave stuff into that. I would switch out magnetic capacity for that augment mod, giving your weapon 300% viral, magnetic, both damage and status chance. Caliban Prime. Ooh, cool. I do like. I'm usually not a big fan of red and black, but that do look good. It's the gold AK from Lord of War. Thank you, but I like it my way. Dulcaris Prime, Exposure, Gladiator Vice. Instead of Gladiator Vice, I would go into, like, you know, suggest Blast over Corrosive on the AX. I personally would, but I also usually bring a source of armor strip outside of a weapon. Like on frame abilities or somewhere else. Probably wouldn't run Killing Blow here. This is not very much a heavy attack weapon. It's more of a light attack weapon. Berserker Fury instead of regular Fury. Probably also don't need Gladiator Vice here. If you want to be playing into the critical chance set bonus, go Gladiator Might for the extra critical damage. I also probably wouldn't be running Like, it kind of feels like you're going into a heavy attack build, but I don't think this weapon has any really heavy attack interestingness. So I would probably build this more as a... I would play this more as like a light attack build, and then switch out Prime Pressure Point for Condition Overload, Galvanized Steel, Berserker Fury, Blood Rush, maybe Weeping Wounds. I think I have this. I thought I had this as a build on the channel. I do. It's an older video of mine, but the information should all still be good there. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approve ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, twist up to server, otherwise take it back. rainy. I guess we'll wait until after the ad break to keep taking a look at some people's stuff. And in the meantime, let's go... where am I at for this? I'm only at level 3. I'm always so slow when it comes to Nightwave. Melee exposure is fine. Yeah, if you want to go melee exposure. Yep. You're depressed today? Oh, I'm sorry. I understand that. Sometimes it's the same way for me. Oh, Uriel. I get it. It happens to me too. The Dread? Ooh, the Kraken. I guess the Dread? With this Incarnon? And then I guess the Halakar. Burn. Verona Prime out? Yep. She came out last week. Energy exhaustion, puncture, don't care. Max ammo reduce is pretty bad. Yeah, I don't like either of these. All right, we'll do that. Redacted. Hey, Kyle, welcome back. How you doing? Innermost nuke build? With like Elemental Sandstorm? Not recently, but yeah. I assume you mean by Elemental Sandstorm. Okay, anyone for EDA? Got room for 2. Icicle, you're on deck if we do not find a new person to join us. Sandstorm nuke? Yeah, I've seen it over the years. It's not bad. Any takers for EDA? Can you do EDA with you if you do run it? We already ran EDA. Princess? Nothing too important there. Nothing too important there. And nothing too important there. Okay, no one's taking the spot, so it's you, Icicle. And last call. Got room for 1 for Elite Deep Archimedia. Anyone want to join us? For Hydroids, it depends on the build, Strife. Roar is always a good choice, right? Roar is more damage. Nourish can be useful if you're needing the energy, but you already spread viral with his augment for his first ability. A healing helmet is never a bad choice, although it's unnecessary with his pillage, with his plunder augment. Kind of depends on the build you're going for, right? Do you need more survivability? Then you have like Onamori, you have Null Stars. If you're going for, you know, health tank, you probably don't need to run a helmet. I don't run a helmet on my health tank. Oh, actually, I do. I use Elemental Ward for the extra health. Yeah. Okay, I'll be right back in a second here. We got room for 1 more for EDA. I just realized that I haven't fed my cat, so I'll be right back. You see a kitty? You see the top of a kitty. He's having a munch. Pygmy, you want to join? Sure, what's your in-game name, Pygmy? Still kitty? True, still kitty. Still the cutest little boy. Tracky boo, tacky broom. There you are. Come on down. Let's go to Funkatown and stay in the squad. When we're done here, peeps, we will do Netrocells together as well. You want a 1999 themed arm cannon that's a minigun? I mean, now I want that. Now I want that. I didn't know I wanted that until just now. Solo survival, usually you play by yourself more frequently than in a squad. Using war currently, have it over as 2. As you don't personally use that, energy issues aren't usually happening. Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, that would work really well. I mean, if you want to play melee, Wrathful Advance or Warcry, very good choice. If you don't have survivability issues, then just anything that would increase your damage, right? Because he's mostly a weapon platform these days, right? He uses guns, his abilities can do damage, but typically speaking, you're playing more around his weapons these days. If you need survivability, Nova's Null Stars with possibly its augment if you feel like doing some status damage with that. Komi's Onamori is a outrageously good survivability method as well if you need extra survivability. Otherwise, just kind of whatever you feel like for damage, right? Wrathful Advance, Warcry, Roar, Mirage's Eclipse, Zaku's Zada's Whisper. Hey, Gray. Thermal Transfer with a Thermal Sunder augment, Volt Shock Trooper. So yeah, somewhere in that area would all be good options. Son's therapist burst out laughing when you gave her the blind spot with mirrors. Oh, you know what? Good. I'm glad that she took the joke well. That was weird. Alchemez. I do like alchemy. Oh, you know what? No, I don't want to use that. I want to use this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I have no energy. Uh-oh. Haha! Now I've got energy, nerds. Okay, get to the objective. Kill enemies by the objective. For the obvious reasons of Alchemez. That's not the one I wanted. You! Burn! Hi, Luna. How you doing today? Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Appreciate it when it's time for the Warframe stream. You'll catch you a bit when you're still streaming. Heck yeah! We'll catch you later. With telling her that you use them yourself and the gift came from a place of caring. Also, I'm a smartass. Hey, you know what? As long as they knew what was going on, that's what matters, right? That's what matters. This is the one where they're immune. You're missing context? Car accident. That the person ended up being fine, but it was because of blind spot stuff that they got in the car accident. So gifting them the blind spot. Little mirrors to be kind. Whoa. Okay, I did something to my settings, my graphic settings, and it all looks very odd now. Playing League is detrimental to your well-being? Yeah, I mean, that's just PvP games more than anything else. But also League sucks, so, you know. I have to say that because I like Dota. I think this is the first time that I've actually gotten Uriel in an Elite Archimedia since Uriel came out. I don't think I've gotten a Uriel until now. Pop, pop, pop. Uriel. Keep it together. Keep it together. Jeez, Cardi. Blue? Any blues? See a blue. Eat. You agree, Uriel? Sheesh. All of you. Bad influences. Bad influences on the cat. All of you. I mean, to be fair, I get it. To watch this time. Remember, we are playing an alchemy squad. Gotta pick up the candies and take them over. Saw a cold here. His back is so aesthetically pleasing. Go on, tell me more. All of you. Look at it. I'm too busy doing murder. I'm too busy just doing. I don't got time to look at it back. Jeez. All of you. All of you. Degenerate psychopaths. Each and every last one of you. This is why we can't have nice things. I don't think I've seen a single Uriel rune. Oh, there's one right there. Hey, do you know if you just look for the Uriel runes, you could probably find them on the map? I know, right? Get 20 seconds, admire how hot he is. That is the most ridiculous I think I have ever. I mean, you're not wrong, but also that's like the most silly things there. Just scream with confusion as always. True, JP. True. How you doing, bud? Hope you and the Beba are doing well. The Behaha. Also, of course, Lady P. Duh and or hello. Yeah, I mean, when I play Dota, the only time that I ever type is being like, hello. Guys, can we group? Please. Can we group? Blue Tiger, welcome in. Thanks for following. Baby's sick for the first time? Oh no! Well, I hope that baby is going to be okay. Fussy baby. Lady P's at the dock right now. Oh, good. I mean, bebes just get sick, right? That's kind of what they do. They just get sick every once in a while. All right, you know what to do. Oh, if you see the book boss, kindly do not do the book boss. Actually, is my dread better for this? Arguable. It's doing the trick. We got there. bones ripping out of their gums. So, oh yeah, no, I can see that being a problem there too. Dweeb? Why you call me a dweeb? You're a dweeb. The hell? Calling me a dweeb? Dweeb affectionate? Yeah, that's probably the excuse, yes. Oh, right! I can do this in Uriel's fly form. Did they nerf Divine Retribution from all stats as a slash and heat only? They never nerfed it in that way. It has always been heat, toxin, and slash is the only status effects that get the multiplier from the ability. But it has, at least to my knowledge, always spread all of the status effects that you apply to enemies, and I do not believe that it is currently bugged at this moment. At least I have not heard as such. But no, it's always been toxin, heat, and slash getting the multiplier, and all of those statuses get spread. Okay, who's got the key? Oh, yes. Collect the docket. Ah, the song that you definitely don't want to watch at work. The one music video I would definitely not recommend that you watch when you're working. Where the hell are we going? I got distracted. Hey! Stuck moonwalking? It's okay, we'll get through this together, Redacted. Just be alive. The Cyam Truth Flame build? Ooh, it is very good. I do love that build, it's quite fun. Dragon Ball! Dragon Ball! In case you're wondering, the song is called Drinking Boys by DJ Ozma. And if you do decide to watch it at work, you are the only person responsible for the effects that happens. I take no responsibility for you watching a video that I have informed you that you probably shouldn't watch at work. As Evangelion or Gundam? Definitely Gundam. Gundam is better than Evangelion, and I will die on that hill. Is it okay for school? Definitely not. No. No. I would recommend not watching it. I would definitely not recommend watching this music video anywhere. That is not that you are fine with people watching with very weird Japanese music videos. Tricky boss. It says that we have the docket, or there's a docket on the ground for that one. Oh, someone asked earlier which of Ember's abilities heal. It's with her third ability, Fire Blast, with the augment healing flame. I thought I saw the enemy being over here. Okay, just totally lost. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, to take, see you in a second. Healing Flame is so much more than just a heal, though. The augment's insane. Yeah, but they were asking specifically for what if Emperor's ability does the healing. And it's her third ability with the Healing Flame augment. Alright, head to extract. Wherever the hell extract is. Back that way. That's definitely intentional. No. Link. The funny part is that's not intentional. The misspelling in the tags is not intentional. I just refuse to fix it now after people have pointed it out. Your Kuvalich was in 99? That's weird. Gundam, Evangelion, or Gurren Lagann? In Gundam. Specifically Gundam Seed and Destiny. Or Gundam Seed and Gundam Seed Destiny. Yep. Playing with viewers is also wrong? Oh, is it also wrong? Yeah, well. Because like when you go into your tags, you can type in the thing and then it pops up with like a list, so I just like click the top one, so. You prefer Gundam Wing, but you're from old school? Yeah, see, Gundam Wing Destiny was just like my childhood Gundam, so that's why it's my favorite. With the Shining Gundam? Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. I do not know. Gundam OO? Okay, Gundam OO is also really good. So was Iron-Blooded Orphans. Iron-Blooded Orphans was really good. Like, a lot of the newer Gundams actually are really, really solid. I forgot that I could fly around like this. And because the Kraken has an ult fire, I could just shoot while flying around. Break one of those rare crates that gives you the boosters. Rare crates. Sometimes those rare crates give you fully built forma. And that's when you know you're actually lucky for the day. Two Detonites? Really? I didn't know that Detonites could actually be in those the rare crates. Off the top of my head. Look at me, I go fly. Flying like an albatross. Do do do. La, da, da, la, da, da, da. Well, like an albatross. I'm flapping my albatross wings. Strictly better than non? Yeah. Just typically speaking, because the extra stats that it gives and the extra damage that they give, incarnate weapons will almost always outperform non-incarnate weapons, with a few exceptions, obviously. But yeah, typically speaking, incarnates are the quote-unquote meta weapons for a reason. The bow is a staff, not a polearm. True that, but it's also fantastic. It's a really good incarnate. The bow is great, actually. One of the highest status, if not the highest status chance that you can get baseline on a weapon without putting mods on. It's like crazy. Yeah, the bow and carton's great. Highly recommended. Pseudo Prime? Yeah, the Pseudo Prime is just silly. Silly strong. Yeah, there is a ton of great non-incarnate weapons, absolutely. But like, typically speaking, if you're comparing non-incarnates to incarnates, there's going to be a few that outperform, but generally speaking, incarnates will outperform non-incarnate weapons. Especially if you're looking at the incarnate version versus the normal version, right? Right, if you're looking at specifically those ones, the incarnate will always outperform. Weapon with an incarnate equipped will outperform a weapon without an incarnate equipped if you're looking at just like the Strun Wraith versus Strun Wraith with the incarnate on. Hey Random, how you doing? Too many people only think of the top or the only good ones? No, of course. You know, just like everything in Warframe, there's always exceptions to the rules, right? Pseudo Prime is a fantastic weapon, does not have an incarnate. The Kuva, Coda, Tenant weapons are all fantastic, and none of them have incarnates. And they'll outperform incarnates in the right hands. Right? Whenever it's something like that, it's always like with asterisks, especially in Warframe. There's always an asterisk. Always asterisks. These depends on so much more rather than just, you know, a binary answer. Picking up the candies. Weapons that you don't use very often that could be good. Oh, there's a ton of them. There is many good ones. If it doesn't feel good in your hands, you don't use it, and that's precisely the same with me, Cardi. If I don't enjoy using the weapon, I don't use it. Simple as that. Doesn't matter how strong it is. Doesn't mean how good it is. Doesn't mean how much people love it. If I don't like it, I don't play it. It's really simple. How do you feel about the Fulman? Why is my brain banking? Oh, Wisp's primary. Fantastic, actually. It's got some really interesting things with because it has forced impact and also has multi-gun co. So you can do some funny stuff with like the hemorrhage. You can do some funny stuff with multi-gun co. So there is lots of opportunities there for doing some really interesting stuff. Any secondaries that you find interesting? Honestly, without the meme, the Kuva Seer is actually a really good secondary. Like outside of the meme of the Mighty Seer, which I do love it when the Pope of Osmus shows up in my chat. How do you feel about Varuna? Why didn't you tell me Varuna was so good, Rue? What the hell? I'll say, Rue. How was the smash? Exactly. Yep. Oh, you're gonna smash Varuna? You know, that's fair. I would smash Varuna too. I mean, to be fair though, she would smash me. Actually, she would rip and tear me apart. Yep. Yeah. How you been, Rue? How's the stuff with the stuff? How's your day is what I was meant to say. Can you use your Fulman build afterwards? Yeah, just remind me and I'll pull it up for you. Camera got even more crazy? Ooh. Well, I mean, you know me. Ooh. Very fun. Let's go. What's the next one? What is our next one? Oh, this is it. Oh, easy. Codatisis? I love the Codatisis. It's actually a really weird weapon because it will actually, like, so the shots will hit, apply status effects, do their thing, and then after a short time they'll explode and also apply status effects again. So like, it's actually a really good status, just beefcake. of a weapon. It's really strong. It's kind of like the Sporthrix. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. More like, I can't remember what it is. Oh, Top Forge Red. I can't remember. I was getting to it, bro. What the shit? Oh, don't leave the squad yet, Tacky. We're gonna go do the Netrocells. Tacky, come back. We got Netrocells to do. Oh, that was your last search, Pulse? No worry, Pygmy. You take care. Hey, it's Brother Bow. Okay, we got room for one. If anybody wants to join, Cardi, you want to join for the Netrocells? Come on down. You're not bringing Nova today. All right, I can bring my Nova instead. I don't mind. I can be Nova. Pseudo. You're on Nova? All right, then I'll play. I guess I'll play. No, you know what? We're gonna play Uriel for Descendia because I have to. I have to fight myself. I mean, why am I using anything other than the Sicarus? Anytime that, it's just my favorite weapon. I love it so much. All right. Netrocells. Let's go. Desiccation with augment on Loki. I mean, it wouldn't, like, you can just throw it on anybody if you want to, because it just summons minions, and minions are cool. So, like, I mean, yeah, you could. These minions are cool. But I don't know how, like, combo-wise, how good that would be. But it's not saying that it's bad, of course. I didn't even see what options I had there. Come along, baddies. We're going for an adventure. We're going this way. Oh. Spinning out. Spin. Let it rip. Beyblade, go. Go, Blue Dragon. Man, remember Beyblade? Played with the Anku Incarnate? I tried it around. Song name? Don't know. No clue. I don't think anybody knows. Impossible to know what song this is. It's not even a real song. It's a meme? Yes, that was the joke. That was the joke. Turn off the rain bit. Oh yeah. Hey Hector, how you doing? There's an option to turn that off. Do you have, I think it's the Franker TV thing, so you can have that as an option to turn it off if you want to. Because you heard it's not good? I tried it with Doty, it was actually pretty fun. I mean, it just kind of depends, like, define good as always, right? Does it remove the effect from the whole screen? Where does it remove the effect from, Icicle? Is Foley better with mods or without mods? I mean, she's great without mods, but, you know. Also, she can, because of her kit and how she plays, she doesn't really need mods if you don't want to. Mods are potentially optional when it comes to Foley. Let me put it that way. It's for when... No. What I'm saying is the add-on... Because the Twitch has multiple settings where you can have it set up. So you can have it just on the screen, or you can have it on the whole web page. Just on, like, the video feed. So... What are you able to turn off with the add-on is my question. Foley's quite boring? Nah, Foley's great. Just kind of depends on how you want to play her, of course, as always. Just like anything. I actually find her incredibly fun to play, but also I play her in a few different ways. I really like the balloon build, honestly. Playing around the balloons is really, really fun. Pygmy, thanks so much for the Prime Gaming sub. Appreciate that out of you. But just like everything, if it doesn't suit your playstyle, it doesn't suit your playstyle. Come along, evil people. I need some shells, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Pygmy. Appreciate the heck out of you. Yeah, so Icicle, if you want to let me know, like, or anyone who has the Franker, you know, FFZ or whatever the heck it is, add-on that allows you to turn off the animations that pop up on screen. If you want to let me know what that turns off and what that doesn't turn off. Does it turn it off on the whole screen? Does it turn it off only on the... only on the video feed, but not the browser? Like, where does it turn it off? You'll have to check after this? Yeah, so let me know. Because I can maybe, like, set it to just one of them so that those... Because people do like it. Some people do like it, but obviously if I can get... if we can get it set up so that everybody can be happy, then I'm going to get it set up so that everybody can be happy. A decent frame like Protea and Haro again? I mean, there's lots of decent frames like Protea and Haro that have very synergistic and powerful kits that don't require helmets. Basically, every single frame that's been out since before Temple would be falling under that category for me. But again, it's always personal preference. Get out of here, nerd. Since Dante, I would say even Corvex has a very synergistic kit. But the only reason I'm saying since before Temple is because, like, that's the one that I really remember where it was like, wow, I don't want a helmet. Like, even Dante, yeah, you don't really want a helmet. Frames became so unbalanced? No, not even slightly. All of the frames that came out are actually incredibly balanced. They're not like bonkers. And like people complain by the fact that they are so balanced. Like, it's actually very interesting that you're saying that, because most people say after Temple that the frames are too balanced and are boring because of the balance. So that's interesting that you say that, because that's very different than what everyone else says. You prefer your Warframes untouched by the helmets? That's totally fair. I really like the helmets because it just gives us build crafting options. And anytime that I can do and sort of change things up and do fun, weird things with builds is a very happy time for me. Balls. All right, we just got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to a Turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube Premium. Otherwise, we'll be back in a few minutes. I just got to go, you know, stretch and take care of my back. So we're just going to throw up the baby screen while I'm gone. And we're back. How's everyone doing? What are we doing now? Let's take a look at some things. Rainy fish, Tentaclaxian. Magnetic for Valiance bonus. Blast radiation, corrosive, magnetic, primary debilitate, elementalist, status chance, toxin, critical chance, minus zoom. That's really tasty. That's really, really tasty. The only thing I would say is if you have it, I would switch out this. Health Tank Varuna, Archon Shards? Nope, triple umbral. She's got very high base arm, very high base armor, or base health. Just triple umbral gets her up to 1500. If you can get the augment, you might want to switch out rated reload for the augment, because then you'll get critical damage, which you currently don't have any critical damage, and you have good crit chance here. So I would recommend probably the augment for photon overcharge, I believe it is. And you will be applying cold from the magnetic and the blast, so you don't have a problem with getting that going. For the extra energy orb side of things. It does show up in the Nightwave rotating store. I don't know if it's in this week's Nightwave rotating store. No, it's not in this week's Nightwave store, but that's what I would do, Rainy. And then you could maybe, you know, depending on what you want, you go magnetic or rad with the elemental bonus. Sure-footed. I think this 2 gives you knockdown protection, does it not? Don't you get knockdown protection with Gauss? I don't play a lot of Gauss, so I don't actually know. Off the top of my head. Yeah, it does. Yeah, so, but you do have Zadas on here, so you might, you know, you could put, like, Zadas here instead, and then you can save yourself a mod slot for more strength. Because Thermal Transfer does scale with strength well, so does Zada's Whisper. So you could go there. If you wanted to, so you can save yourself a mod slot here that you have Sure-Footed currently in. Which I would probably go with Rolling Guard. For the status cleanse, for Toxin procs, because you're doing the whole Fast Deflection, Arcane Aegis shenanigans. And then just gives you the status cleanse for the Toxin procs, and then also emergency survivability if you need it. And then, like, you could run Brief Respite just to boost your shields if they ever actually run out because of this whole tech. Just to get them going again. Makes battery management a bit annoying, yeah, but also knockdown protection, status protection, you know. It's kind of one of those things of, like, which one do you prefer? You know? We've had surprisingly little power creep in the abilities. Yeah, we've actually been pretty good. The game's actually put in a really, really tasty state right now. You're not seeing anything related to the bit in the rain stuff. Only thing related to the bits is manual cheering in chat. UI associated with bits. Oh, yeah, I'm not 100% certain. Someone else mentioned that there's an option to turn it off, so I'll see if I can figure that out for you. Yeah, but otherwise, the rest of this build looks good. Nothing to say. I would like the, like, personally, I would want to keep the 2, but it's kind of up to you. Overload Prime. Here's the Steel Path Hydroid. Okay, so one thing that I would recommend instead of Energy Nexus is Archon Stretch. Archon Stretch can be activated by companion abilities. So you actually will, A, gain some range, which is not bad for his kit. But then also, B, on top of that, get yourself, and like more range for the explosions on here, more range for this is all nice to have, and also more range for this because you're running Smite on here, so having high range is good. And then Archon Stretch will give you more range as well as, of course, a little bit of energy regeneration. Arcane Concentration for your duration, which you don't really need a ton of duration here, but it is nice for both of these, and you are running both of their augments, so it makes sense. Multi-augmented for more power strength also makes sense. So yeah, the only thing I would really say here is I probably wouldn't have both Coaction Drift and Power Drift. I would probably use just Power Drift. Like, I would remove this, put that up there. Remember, this gives you status immunity. No, this gives you status immunity, and status immunity is knockdown protection, so you don't need a knockdown protection on here. Skeletron, how you doing? And Energy Siphon will give you a ton of energy. So, yeah, the only thing I would say is really that, and switch that up there, and you can go for more range or more strength in this slot here. Is what I would do. Cookie, your Volt. Operations Final Ephemera is available? Yeah, I gotta farm Nightmares tomorrow. so I can pick up the rest of the stuff. Ooh, that looks cute. I really like that cookie. It looks really nice. Actually looks really, really cool. Good job. Riaz, Zaku. Ooh, that looks cool. Not sold on the shoulder armor, though. I feel like because Zaku Prime has this sort of the bulky shoulders from the, you know, base skin, I'm not a big fan of putting extra shoulders on there, but it's not that it's bad, it's just personal preference for me. This is only at 25%, so it's not good. No, I think it's good. I just, for the armor personally, I personally am not a big fan of the putting armor onto Zaku, but it's, you know, 6 of one, half dozen of another. Personal preference always, right? So Cannonade, Galvanized Savvy, this is multiplicative here, so running Blaze and Cannonade here makes sense because this is multiplicative and will play well into that base damage increase. Radiation, Viral Heat, all solid. Valence is magnetic, okay, so that's another status effect for Savvy. I mean, other than Shotgun Vendetta, I would maybe not run Shotgun Vendetta. I would be maybe inclined to go with a 60-60 here and then either Deadhead or Merciless instead of Shotgun Vendetta, but having high multi-shot's not a bad thing on here. It's just I feel like you're not always going to be activating it because you got to kill within 5 meters, right? But it is so much multi-shot and so much reload speed, which are both really solid. So I get why you're doing that. 25.2 is bad. The 25.2 is bad, yeah. You definitely want to be getting some more on there if you're able to. Is low-key the most important part of it? Yeah, especially on here, though, is because this is multiplicative to that damage, right? So it's even better in this case. The reload speed's nice, and then on top of that, the multiplicative damage that you get out of there. Manual, Sevagoth. Shock absorbers. I probably wouldn't use shock absorbers. If you're looking for damage reduction, go with adaptation. You know, this is only for physical damage, whereas adaptation will be 90% damage reduction for physical and elemental damage. A little bit of shield gatey shenanigans, velocity. For the extra fire rate, concentration to lock in more duration. You don't really need concentration here. You're not really... Sevagoth isn't really a concentration frame, or a duration frame. He's much more of a sort of strength and range for the 1-2 combo if you want to play into the augments there, which you aren't in this build. But the rest of this looks fine for a non-augmented build. I would just say probably go adaptation here instead. But I would definitely recommend to take a look at the augments for his 1-2. They're absolutely fantastic. Fullman Prime? Yeah, I'll grab that here for you a second. Which school gives you more energy at the start of the mission? I don't think any of the schools give you more energy at the start of the mission. I know that Zenerek gives you more energy over time when you pick up health orbs, or when you pick up energy orbs and use Wellspring. But I do not think that there is a focus school that gives you extra energy at the start of the mission. And if there is, I don't really know about it because I really only use Zenerek. So this is the build here that I run. I go Blast Corrosive on it. With primary crux for the extra ammo efficiency and also whatchamacallit? Preparation, yeah, or excess mod capacity. Yep. Any excellence terminal velocity just for the extra projectile speed. Is what I run here. There is also reason to use internal bleeding because the semi-auto mode has force impact, so you can get this going pretty quickly. And it will apply slash as well, so this is another route to go. This is most famously used by, or most famously popularized by Ninjase on this weapon. And I wouldn't use, the heavy cal was here just because I was testing it out, but or Serration is the way to go. Because the extra accuracy could be kind of nice. The overcharge is here for the extra multi-shot, but you can again use Merciless for, because this is at multiplicative here. Right. Like I would use Merciless over this because this is multiplicative on here. This is Crux, right? But we're getting the multiplicative here. So I use Crux for the extra status chance just to get the corrosive and blast applying more frequently. And then also the extra damage, or the extra status. Kyle, 10 Ferox, 60% toxin. Not sure if you go for crit or status. For the Ferox, because it has a 3x crit multiplier base, I would definitely recommend going into crits. It's just, you know, anytime that you have higher than like a 2.2, critical multiplier, I would say to lean more into there. What you're probably thinking there, Phil, is Zenric, which is the extra energy from picking up health or energy orbs, and the second ability, which will give you energy per second. So you're probably thinking Zenric. Wellspring and Energy Pulse are the two passive names there. So I wouldn't run Shred on here. The punch through doesn't really matter. I would run Fire Rate, though, of some variety on here. It's very tasty. I probably wouldn't run in the Vigilante set. Probably just like Vile Acceleration or just regular Fire Rate would be a good choice here. Galvanized Aptitude is fine for when you're landing the direct hits, but remember, it's direct damage. This thing does have an AoE aspect to it. So just keep that in mind. This isn't going to be applying to the AoE side. It's only going to be applying to the direct damage, but you're generally going to be playing this thing with direct damage anyway. Point Strike for the extra critical chance. There is a better crit chance mod, Critical Delay, I believe it is for rifles. It'll give you 200% crit chance, so you can play more into that crit stuff. And like, yeah, probably swap this out for another element. Swap this out for just more attack speed, and then you're good to go. And if you want to see my Ferox build, it is there for you. That is one of my favorite weapons in the game. It is a ton of fun. Gauss. Ooh, Shiro. I love that. That looks cute. I bet this is some form of Gundam and or mecha anime reference. I do not know it. I am sorry, but that looks really good. I really like that. Tuso, B-52, B-2 Bomber. Senpai, thank you very much for the Prime Gaming sub. Welcome on in. Appreciate you. Gunko actually works on the AoE component only for the direct hit. Yes, correct. It's only the direct hits. Calculates damage based on the main hit? No, it does not. Nope. It's only the direct hit. Does not apply to the AoE. Does not apply to the AoE component at all. Only Gunko, or when it means direct damage, it means direct damage. It is direct hit. Other than scaling with enemy levels, do the Sandcats deal more damage now? Yeah, because they scale with enemy levels and their damage is based off their level. So higher enemy level or higher level, more damage. Hey Smoggin, how you doing? Can you add me in game? Yeah, sure. Add me in. My in-game name is the same as my stream name. Hey Sushi, how you doing today? Okay, so wait, this is just my build. You took my build. This is my build. Well, almost. It's pretty dang close to the build that I run for the B-52 bomber. Ophidiumize over the 4, so you're playing around, just flying around shooting people. Arcane Avenger. Combat Discipline. I would recommend downranking Combat Discipline because you don't really want to be healing yourself. You know, popping out of the flying to heal yourself with a medium. You can do it. It's not too big of a deal. But just sort of keep that in mind. 3 million damage per bullet. Yep. Wouldn't be surprised if anyone's first damage cap is Gerudo. Yeah, Gerudo does wild damage. Kamisado is a great choice. You know, it gets activated. If you're just looking for the attack, for the strength though, you might want to go Molt Augmented. Same scale, but then isn't problematic there. Otherwise, I like the rest of this. Looks good to me. Although realistically speaking, I don't know if you need this much range. Like, I don't know if you need overextended here. I mean, it's nice to have, though. Because you are running narrow-minded for the extra range, so it would be nice to counteract that. Yeah, the only thing I would really say is maybe downrank that if you got spares. The rest of it looks good. Sycaris Prime. Placing rhyme rounds with Prow is a good idea, or does it need the status chance? I mean, having more status chance is nice, but if you got the Prime Cryo rounds, give it a try, see if it works best for you. Yeah. Secretary Merciless, Steady Hands, Lethal Torrent. Where's your Lethal Torrent? Where's your multi-shot? Ooh. Ooh. Ooh, that's tasty. That is tasty. I would say Lethal Torrent on here, and I would probably drop Magnetic Might for it. The extra multi-shot and the extra damage. Yep, just some patience. Senpai, that is all. Give me a moment here. You can send stuff without being on my friends list. Oh wait, I think actually that's not true for consoles. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pro ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to sub to Sherbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you a second. Brooke was your first damage cap somehow. Yeah, Brooke can do some really wild damage. Icicle. Oh, we'll wait for the ad break to be over before we take a look at your stuff, and then we'll go do some Descendia. Descendamia. It's just way slower. That's fair. Ooh. Yeah, the virtual keyboard on all consoles is awful. Question? Possible answer. What's up? Does it feel way better than her nowadays? No, Valkyr does not get nerfed. Valkyr literally only got buffed. People who didn't play Valkyr before and only listened to idiots thought that Valkyr got nerfed. No, Valkyr only got buffed with her rework. It's actually shocking that people think that Valkyr was a nerf. Every single creator and anyone who actually pays attention to how the game operates looked at anyone who said that they thought that the Valkyr rework was a nerf and was like, okay, yeah, you actually don't understand how the game plays. All right. You think that's worse? All right, buddy. Knee-jerk reaction, the rework was wild. Yeah, it was insane. It was completely insane. I think it's important to be able to AFK in the middle of a million enemies and not die. Yeah, and then your energy runs out and then you still die anyway when you're AFK. Like, it was just, I have no idea why anyone thought that Valkyr was old Valkyr was better than current Valkyr. This looks really cool, Icicle. I actually really like this. This is really nice. Like the Riven? I don't know what you're talking about, so I don't know. We got Grimoire at home. This isn't a Grimoire. Vomit rework may have been needed, but the cycled ability would have been fine. Yeah, I hear you. Needed melee to be immortal and not her exalted? You mean the melee frame wants to be using a melee? That's crazy. The frame whose whole entire existence is based around melees wants to use a melee weapon? Wild. That's crazy. Yo, Draco, how you doing? I mean, her passive now is so strong. You cast Ripline, hit that group of enemies. Grats, your passive is back active. Chakra is not AoE. It does have some AoE to it. A little bit, but I would not be playing around that. I'll be playing more around the headshot tech. B-Day in 3 days. Happy early birthday. Primary exhilaration gives energy. Yes, it does. Veruna's a better melee frame than Valkyr. I don't actually agree with that. Because I think that Valkyr is actually the best melee frame in the game. Just like when you take a look at her like holistically, like survivability, damage output, capabilities, movement, everything, I think that she's actually the best melee frame in the game. Everything that she does is bonkers strong. I mean, you probably don't need Shred, making it more of a joke. It's a worse Grimoire. That's fair. Like, Veruna is incredibly powerful. She's really strong, but I would not say that she's better than Veruna. But again, it's always personal preference, right? Eclipse over the 4. Who's this? Minato. Arcane Impetus, so you'll get 7 status effects, multi-augmented, adaptation for the damage reduction to play into the damage reduction that you have there. Summoner's Wrath. I probably wouldn't use Summoner's Wrath, realistically speaking, because I don't think that Summoner's Wrath applies to this. But I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, that's really cool. If I am wrong, that's really cool. But I would definitely recommend... I mean, what you have here is really good. There's nothing really to say. Yeah, nothing really to say here. It's really good. I mean, like, if you want more damage, I would say go Roar, right? Because Roar applies to abilities as well as weapons, and also because you have got such high range, it'll go onto your companion. So then your companion will do more damage, and then you'll do more damage, and then your abilities will do more damage, and the toxin procs and slash and heat caused by her abilities will do more damage, because it also applies to those twice, because weird, stupid math stuff. But, like, Eclipse is not a bad choice either. Parasite... Duplex, Hunter Command, Contagious. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Hunter Command here, personally. But, you know what's really good on here is the Mecha set on Citrine. And the Pharaoh Parasite can run the Mecha set, which is one of the really cool things about the Mecha. I would say instead of Metal Fiber, I would probably put on the Shield. Because then you have the option to go into Reinforced Bond for the extra fire rate, if you feel like it. That's the only thing I would really say on here is I would switch that out. Maybe not Hunter Recovery. Could go Mecha set, obviously. You already got the Mecha here, of course. Melee damage per status effect. Yeah, that's cool. Cool. Yeah, that's cool. Crossjaw, Venom Teeth, Maul, Precise Condition, Gas Viral. You could also on here, instead of Cold the Weak, you could go with the Lightning Claws, because the Pharaoh Parasite's ability can activate Archon Stretch. So I would maybe switch this out for the Lightning Claws. Keep in mind, I mean, also having it do gas is kind of fun, because gas is very strong, and the companions can end up doing a ton of damage. So I understand why you're going that route, instead of going into the Lightning. I do get why you're doing that. Kuvacomb, one of my favorite weapons in the game. I love the Kuvacomb. I probably wouldn't run Status Hunter Track here personally. Just because I feel like it's just not going to be doing a whole lot here for you. Galvanized Savvy instead of Shotgun Savvy for the extra damage. Dexterity so that you can play into a melee side. Damage, critical chance, heat, not bad. Yeah, I would probably just not use this. Like, I would say fire rate. Yeah, let's switch it up for some fire rate. Fire rate on here goes crazy. And instead of dexterity, you could also go into yeah, but what Archon Stretch Pros never shoot the comb? Oh, so is this just holding on to Hunter mods? That's fair. If you're using it for Hunter set bonus, then yeah, the rest of it doesn't matter if you're not using it. Crux, yeah, I would always use Crux. Crux is so strong on the comb. So strong. Ooh, very pretty fashion. Not a big fan of this Signa, but that's a personal preference thing. So if you like it, you ignore me. But I'm just not a big fan of that Signa personally. Cool, thanks for sharing. Tim's, what you got? Verona. Ooh, Putty. I do love this signed on Verona. It suits her so well. And Photon Strike is still useless? I guess you haven't used Photon Strike then. I guess hitting Overguard for 5 million damage 3 times is bad. Crux feels like it was made for the comb for real, actually. Precision Intensified to throw more strength into the Roar. Mecha set, very good choice. Archon Continuity, Augur Reach, so you're basically playing shield gating. Keep in mind that Arcane Crepuscular does not activate from this. Hi, Sophia. Because you actually break out of invisibility before any of your hits go through. So Arcane Crepuscular, unless you have a companion like the Shade or the Hurus Kubro, this will not function here. The rest of this all looks good. So just keep in mind that unless you're using, and I don't think you are because you're probably using a melee weapon here of some variety, unless you're just doing casting stuff with these, you might want to switch off of Crepuscular. And even then, Crepuscular gives you the critical damage, which then why would you be doing only casting? So I would probably switch out of this. Unless, of course, again, but even then, if you're doing melee, not with the 4th, yeah, Crepuscular here doesn't make any sense. I would drop Crepuscular here. More strength. Like, whatchamacallit? Or Aegis if you want to do shield gatey, shield tanky stuff. But yeah, Crepuscular here is not really going to be doing much here for you. Right? Because if you're using the Shade of the Hurus, and then you use a weapon, it'll break you out of the invis. The only time that you really use Crepuscular on Verona is if you're playing around her 4th ability with a Hurus or a Shade to give you invisibility, because it counts as an ability, so it doesn't break you out of the invisibility granted by those companions. So it will continuously chain and give you Crepuscular. So that's the only thing that I would say is just keep an eye out for that. Yo, Foog! How you doing, dude? Yeah, the rest of this all looks good. The only thing is Crepuscular is not doing anything here for you, really. I mean, it gives you an extra 30% power strength, but yeah. Fang Prime could hit tier 3 red crit. I mean, technically everything can, if you're brave enough or crazy enough. But yeah, I mean, melees do wild stuff. Melees do some really wild stuff. Hey, Mapsy, how you doing? Also, hi, Tobias? Fuck, my brain. Ria, Sicarus. Yeah, I like this better, personally. Like, this is more what I would play. 640 million is crazy. Warframe's damage numbers, they do weird stuff, man. Warframe's crazy. Yeah, I like this. Looks good. I mean, if you have it, I would run Prime Pistol Gambit because it's like 13% less crit chance, but then you don't lose fire rate. And I like fire rate on here, but you know, 6 of one, half dozen another. It also saves you some mod capacity, potentially saves you a Forma. So I get it. Use reinforced bond? Yeah, so it's not a problem. Something got Shadow. Don't use Rifle Amp. This thing does melee damage. If you got it, Steel Charge, whatever it's called. Triple Umbrals are perfectly fine here. This is one of the few cases where preparation makes sense because when you pop out of Riven Stacy, I mean, it's certainly not bad. Yeah, it's quite a nice one. It's, you know, replaces something and then also gives you more. Replaces a damage mod and gives you more stuff, which is always good. Definitely would probably look at replacing that for the melee damage because this thing's mainly doing melee damage. This is one of the few cases where preparation actually makes sense. What game is this? It's Warframe. Probably not Nearest Hatred. Maybe Adaptation. Give it some a little bit more survivability. Arcane Strike, Fury, both make sense. It's melee stuff. Yep. You're not really doing heavy attacks with this thing, so probably wouldn't use Reflex here. You are running Blast and Slash, so you go into you go into Elementalist, or what the real thing would be is Blood Rush. Play into that really high crit chance there. Condition Overload maybe instead there. You could also, since you have 4 different status mods here, you could drop Toxin and go into Influence on here, which is always strong. So you could do Weeping Wounds, Blood Rush. Kyle, Kuvacomb. Primary Crux for the ammo efficiency and status chance. Hell Savvy for the multi-shot damage. Elementalist. I'd probably look at changing up your elements if you're using Elementalist here, because you cold and magnetic get nothing from it, and you're only getting it on Slash. So if you want to be playing into Elementalist, I would probably say change up your elements. So like switch out the cold for electric or heat. Blunderbuss. What the hell is Blunderbuss? The crit chance. Yeah, so there's a corrupted crit chance mod. I'll switch that out. Magnetic Strafe is a great choice here because it's a fire rate more than the magnetic, but the magnetic's always nice. Ravage, primed Ravage. For this last slot, I'll go fire rate. Spore Lacer. Man, I haven't seen a primary Spore Lacer in a dog's age. Usually we see it on the secondary. Coma's Shotgun. Yes, it is. If you're going for fire rate, there's better options than this. 45% fire rate just isn't that great, and the combo, the mod set combination is not bad, but I would probably switch that out. Insanely hot. It's not that hot, but it's like 15 degrees outside today. It's warm. It's not like crazy. Yeah, it's like 12 degrees Celsius. Ravage, Critical Deceleration, Magnetic Strafe, Galvanized Savvy. I don't know if I would go Galvanized Savvy here, because I'm pretty certain that this thing is an AoE. Which, yes, it's got AoE there. So Galvanized Savvy, when it says direct damage, it means literally direct damage. So unless you're hitting people in direct damage, I would probably switch that out. for just like normal base damage. Merciless, critical chance, critical damage, not bad at all. The minus damage Grenier is a little bit rough, but the rest of that's pretty fine. Elementalist is only working on your toxin here, so keep that in mind, right? Elementalist only works on damage over time effects, so you might want to drop that, as it's only working on your toxin there, unless of course you switch around your elements. Residual boils is fine, but there are better options in those arcanes, unless of course you're using some combination there. I don't know if Elementalist gets applied to the boils being summoned on the ground, so maybe there's some tech there that I don't know about. Dug this one out of the dustbin. Ah, one of my favorite weapons. I love the Opticore. It's so good. This song, it is something by Electric Callboy. Hypa Hypa by Electric Callboy. I love this one. The Vandal is obviously really good. Hey Mapsy, thanks for the follow. Yeah, so all looks good to me. You want to see how far you can take it? I mean, because of like Warframe's damage multipliers, you can take anything at any point, right? I would recommend the Vandal. The Vandal is really better, which you can get for free from Thermia Fractures, and it comes with a potato and a weapon slot. Archon Hunt. What do we got? Extermination, Excavation, Showdown. Okay, who wants to join me for Archon Hunt? Wasn't it more of a side grade? Not really, because of the increased crit chance and stuff. Kyle. Cardi, sure. Okay, we got room for one more for Archon Hunt. It's mathematically more DPS, but less base damage, so not quite as much the BFG. Yeah, and see, I always go for like the more DPS because that's something that matters more. Code Jade, can you remember your in-game name? See your glyph? It's a glyph. I don't know what that glyph is from, but it's a glyph. Code Jade, remind me your in-game name. Nobody wanted it, not even for 30 platinum. Yeah, the Opticore is not like a super popular weapon these days. So that's really the reason why. Oh, is that Amprov glyph? I didn't realize Amprov was a creator. Like, official Warframe creator. Good for them. Where's this game available on? Literally everything. Even your phones. It was just released on Android. It's on iOS. It's on Switch, Switch 2, PS4, PS5, whatever Xboxes are currently there. PC, Epic, Steam. Literally everywhere. It's available on your smart fridge. I don't think it's actually available on your smart fridge. Hey, Risky, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. All right, let's go. Kyle, you must be putting on a rank 30 Warframe to do Archon Hunt. Probably can run on a smart fridge. Probably. I wouldn't be that surprised at this point. Ion Dom, welcome in. Or Londom. Sorry, I'm dyslexic. I saw an I in your name. I'm not sure which one it is. You let me know. Good old dyslexia. Thunder, MC Thunder. Should you try to get all the faction mods like every other content creator has? I mean, I don't use faction mods. It's up to you if you want them. Gas on the Sporelacer might be good. Gas just in general is good. Gas is a fantastic damaging effect. Not MacBook though. Wait, isn't it on iOS? Oh, I guess it's only on on phones, not Aris, well, welcome on over, Strife. Happy to have you. All right, we got to run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support our community, Twitch sub for sure. Otherwise, hey, see you in a minute. Oh? Oh. I was like, wait, why did all those enemies not die? Ah, I see. My minions weren't out. Sleepy boy, thanks for the 5 months tier 1. I appreciate you. Everybody go in the corner and think of what you did. Don't you love it when this happens? It's like, but wait, there's people back here. Oh, this is because this was the right way. Okay, you know what? Never mind. I take back what I was about to say. I take back what I said. La beam. Go, my balls. Balls. Gotta go to work? No worries, Pygmy. You have yourself a wonderful night. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. And also thanks for your Prime sub. Deal is still a Prime. You know, that doesn't surprise me. Actually, you know what surprises me more is that thing's not at max dispo yet. It's not a very popular weapon these days. Although it's a very fun weapon. Grenade launcher, basically. A shotgun grenade launcher. I got like an ingrown hair on the back of my leg. It's annoying. Just into me. I both love and hate Meg for this. It's all Meg's fault that I got addicted to Sleep Token. Rounder 4 feels very feels very underwhelming. Oh, actually, I love it. Now, it's not like the craziest ability these days, I won't lie. But it is a ton of fun for me, at least. I think that it getting the exalted weapon treatment would be nice. Hearing the clown of sound effects from Foley is just so silly. I love it. But I mean, like, to be fair, she also does a lot of damage with her 4. Like, her 4 is actually very, very strong. Just, it's not, like, bonkers. You did your first Noko level cap. Was it fun? Yes, but you'll never do it again. I feel like that's the case with a lot of people when they dig Noko to level cap. Just because it's a little bit of a different playstyle that most people aren't really super into, you know what I mean? Can't wait for a samurai warframe. Maybe one day. Could barely reset it. Well, if you type !Verona, Wrathful, you can see my Verona build, which I've got to build for the floor, either health tanking or shield gating, depending on which you prefer. Oh. I think that's probably the thing that I like the most about the Varuna Prime is that, like, I can use triple umbral. The fact that I can use triple umbral on Varuna Prime to get persistence going just makes me so happy. Be gone. Where the hell are the enemies? Sand or alkaline, black and white. I would like Sleep Token to come back to Toronto, though. I would go see them live. Sprint speed was increased by so much. Yeah, that was something I was kind of like, you're giving her 50% more movement speed? Was movement speed a problem with her before? I mean, I'm not complaining, because bark, 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 zoom, zoom, zoom. I definitely won't say no. Now all we need is the announcer from Zombies. True. Fetch me their souls. Man, I haven't played Zombies. Frig, when was the last time I played Zombies? That would have been Black Ops 2. Me and my brothers played the hell out of that game. I think that's what her Prime is allowed to run on all fours. Was the point of running on all fours? You run much slower than the average man. If you still run slower than the average man, yeah, but she gets 100% movement speed from her first ability, right? Which, when you're playing around the 4, you're typically always in your first ability, invis. So, like, that movement speed, I feel like, while appreciated, completely unnecessary. Where the hell are all the enemies? Why are you not with us, Kyle? We're doing excavation. Literally, what are you doing? Oh, you're at the other point. Never mind, I take it back. Immediate take back. I was like, what are you doing over here? Have you ever watched The Venture Bros? Yeah. Duh. Brock Sampson. Brock Sampson's the OG. The Swedish murder machine himself? You think I care about your freaking damage reduction, you nerd? Or the hunter-gatherers? No, clearly the best character in that series, if it's not Brock Sampson, is 10,000% the henchmen. They're clearly the best characters in that series outside of Brock Sampson. The point of running on all fours is fear. You're infinitely more afraid of someone chasing you on all fours compared to 2 feet regardless of speed. You know what? That's reasonable. I respect that. I too would be more terrified if someone sprinted at me on all fours like Shia LaBeouf. Shia LaBeouf. He's on all fours, sprinting at you at full speed. Shia LaBeouf. You have no idea how much I was giggling when I was editing that. I was just like, this is so fucking stupid. Every once in a while, I put in little things like that that just make me, are just for me, and it just makes me happy. Looking back at it, it's amazing how little trauma those henchmen had to deal with after dealing with Brock. True. True and real. Next prime's gonna be Cyanax. No, we got Caliban. So Caliban's male. Also, it releases based off of the original release order, not Fem Mask. But that's something that everyone always gets mixed up. But also the original release order is typically Mask Fem, but you know, 6 one, half dozen another. No, we had Caliban before Gyre, and then we had Varuna after Gyre, so we had Caliban in there. But yeah, Cyanax should have been, you know, if they were following the original release order, like historically they previously done, Cyanax should have been instead of Varuna. But I assume Cyanax will be the next one after that. Obviously, I don't know, and if I did know, read the sign. That is not even slightly the direction I was looking at. Thank you. Whee! Okami, thanks very much for the 7 stream streak. Welcome in. How you doing today? Swap between every now and then when they loosely follow the release order. Yeah, it's a little bit rando, right? We're Warframe players, we don't read. True and real. True and real. But to say Varuna's 51st, Cyanax is 50th, but you're aware of random releases? Yeah, it's a little bit rando now these days. We're leaving. This Uber's leaving. The hell? Where's Kyle? Okay, I'll get off extract. Kyle, where okay, never mind. It said no. It dragged me. I was not even on extract, so if you got host migrated there, my apologies. Eating ramen. Ooh, tasty. They're gonna finally use Varuna Prime? Heck yeah. You're doing excavation? Yeah, but we were done the mission. Right? Oh, you got dragged out. We're fine. I thought we lost you there. Host migrated and all that jazz. You're human, you promise? I've farmed quite a few of them too. But I've given them all away to the community. That's what I do with my spare primes. I just give them away to people. I don't need them. I don't need the plat. Well, I mean, actually, right now I do need the plat, but I'm a little po. Gave away 2 and sold 2? Heck yeah. Girl. All right, let's get out of here. Come here, Amar. I swear, we're gonna be friends. Imagine running on all 4s, but they're facing upside down. You mean like the ring? Ugh. Well, thank you. You never liked Varuna? You know what? I wasn't a big fan of Varuna either until I messed around with Arcane Persistence on her. The, what? Oh, you're up there. Once I started running Arcane Persistence on her, I found a lot more enjoyment playing her. Hey, you. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Octavia, when you bought an Axe Relic, is Octavia good? Yeah, Octavia's perfectly fine. She's a bit boring to play for most people just because she's kind of sit invisible and just do stuff. So a lot of people don't like her just because they find her kind of boring, but she's not a bad frame by any means. Hope everyone's doing well. Doing pretty dang good today, Ace. What you up to? How was your weekend? I went and saw Project Hail Mary this weekend, and I bought $300 of magic cards. And I probably shouldn't have bought $300 of magic cards, but, you know, I was having some fun with a friend, so what can you do? It's a $300 investment. It's definitely not an investment. Weekend was great. You ended up finishing blueprints. Ah, so you got through one of the endings on it. Investment in fun, and see, that's more important to me. Exactly. I'm allowed to treat myself a little bit here. Oh, you got through the tutorial? Ah, so you finished one go of it, right? Because that's one of those games where, depending on what you do, there's different endings, right? Oh, nobody's picked up the mask. All right. I shall come. Oh, no, Kyle got it. Okay. Project Mario was so good. Yeah, they did a fantastic job with it. I really, really loved the movie. It was very, very well done. I haven't read the book yet, so now I'm going to read the book to see what the differences are. Sitting on a commander deck still in a box? Yeah, I'm debating getting some commander stuff. So much to blueprints than just reaching the antechamber? Yeah, I've heard that there's a lot of different stuff there. You're tempted to find a way to play the Shadow the Hedgehog game for fun? Is it not fun in the first place? Oops. Up. Oh, I said up. Thank you. Yeah, don't spoil things for people. Let people have fun. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoiling. Don't be a spoiler. Whee! 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 Hi, Mar. Oh. I know how to tell which one's the real one, but sometimes I just like to shoot at them all because it makes me happy. Now get stabbed. Oh. Stop teleporting and just die. Get back here. Take your lumps. No, you charged me. Oh no, whatever side. Give me your spine. Brah. No, I didn't see your joke about Project Hail Mary, so no. New Ryan Gosling personality for the next 5 months? Yeah, it's all right. Who cares? Let him do his thing. The melee Archon teleporting away tells you it's afraid. It's afraid. It's afraid. Faster, stronger. The invasion turned into a spy? Haha, that's what you get for making fun of Ryan Gosling. That's the punishment. That's what you get. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Alright, GG peeps. Gamma squad. Ba-da-doo-doo-doo-doo. What do we got on Descendia today? Make it better, do it faster, makes it stronger. Is there anything in here this week that's interesting? Not really. Omniforma blueprint. Oh, good. Let me lose 4 forma and a bunch of whatchamacallits. Oh, is this not Steel Path? No, it was not Steel Path. Oh, good. Let me lose a bunch of Nitan extracts and 4 forma. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pearl ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up to Turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you second. Bye bye. And I'm just gonna take a quick little break for myself. Just stretch it. I'm gonna try to stand all day today, so you know, doing my thing. We're back. All right, we're back. Okay, who would like to join me for Descendia? We got room for 3. Cardi. Kyle and Cardi, you were both with us, so Kyle and Cardi, you're both on deck. We've got ourselves Erzman, room for 2. Room for 2. Kick gun and Carnins, I would be super happy with that. But kick guns are actually really strong. Like, people really do sleep on kick guns, and I don't know why. Like the damage that Pack Seeker with like headshotting stuff does some really crazy stuff. Yeah, block, we'll grab you. They hit the Rivens. Yeah, I think that they need to take that back because the Rivens are still like locked, I think, at a maximum of 3 pips. And I think that they need to revert that on the kit guns. It's been enough time. We have so many other things now. No, it's not bad, but it would be nice to see that improvement there. Maria? Sure. Wait, Maria, you're not on my friends list? What the hell? Maria Rami. No player found online. What the hell? What the? You need to be online, Maria. Just staring at, you're just staring at me? Oh, I thought you said that you wanted to join. My bad. How you doing? Mods, can we get a shout out from Maria, please? Look at the 100 least used unique weapons and pick 100. True, true. Pick 5 of them to get random incarns. True, true, true. Build you saw for your kick on was a 4 dot? Oh, have they now changed that? Oh. I think some of them are still stuck. Okay. No one else is taking the spot, so we'll grab Cardi and block when you are ready. This is why the Vex has gotten Incarnate. I do like that the Vex is getting Incarnate. I'm pretty excited for that. Oh crap, I'm gonna need plant to buy those. Do the devs remember Rivens exist? Yep, all the time. Kyle, Cardi was first on deck. First come, first serve, just like you. 2 Rivens on this week's Descendia. Ooh, pistol Riven. Ooh, shotgun Riven. Ooh, 2 nice Rivens. Gotta go see your fictional boyfriend? Technically, you gotta go kill your fictional boyfriend. Obviously in game because they're fictional. Duh. Duh and or hello. He likes it? Tigress Incarnate? Yeah. Hopefully we'll get that Tigress pretty soon. Hopefully, it won't be a full year. But typically they only release Incarnates once a year, so probably a year away. Nope, that's not what I... Okay. Alright. You say so, game. Balloons! You hoping it turns full auto? Ooh, yeah, that would be cool on the Tigress. I wonder what they're gonna do with the Vectis Incarnate. We will find out more about the Incarnates on the next dev stream, which is next Friday. Hildren in circuit? Oh no. Oh, by the way, everybody, next Friday with the Varuna Prime Access, or with the dev stream, courtesy of Digital Extremes, we'll be giving away a Varuna Prime Access after the dev stream. So make sure you come hang out. Necromex? Oh no. Wait, I can do this. Yeah, nerd. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah, see? Probably because one of the first frames in the old piece. I mean, he's actually incredibly balanced. Like, you're right, he is a relatively balanced frame. But he can obviously do some really wild stuff, just like any frame in the game, of course. Yeah, he came out. He was pretty well balanced. I think they could probably give it a little bit. Bah! Oh, hold on. I didn't realize I would die if my necromech died. Oh well. Whoops daisy. Oh, are we all dead? Wait, why can't I? Oh, all right. Well, round two. I thought that it would pop you out of your necromech. I didn't realize that you'd be stuck in it. Whoops daisy. Actually, I should probably take a quick peek at my necromech, see if there's any mods I need to throw on it. Shield capacity, shield recharge, health. Maybe shield recharge, ability duration, hover efficiency, energy max, speed, jump height, slide efficiency, melee damage, melee range. Shield capacity, energy replay, armor. Yeah, just make it a little bit tankier. It's not a damage reduction. No, there's not. Yeah, let's just try again. See how this goes. Whenever you're good, Erzman. This week's Ascendia is tripping everyone up. Yeah, I thought that if your necromech died, you would just hop out, so I wasn't too concerned. Learned something new today. And considering I barely use my necromech. I'm not surprised that I didn't do well though. There we go. Excuse you. Where's B? Oh, it's over here. There we go. Spear. Why won't you die? Down we go. Just gotta play a little bit safer this round. Just a little bit. And we shall be fine. Okay. Oh, out of energy. Energy, very important. There we go. Much easier now that we are paying attention. Who would have thought? Hide behind a pot? Listen, pots are excellent uses of defensive tools, okay? Very good defensive tools. Hey, Psycho, how you doing? We pot gating the true Canadian. Down we go. Ah, balls. Seek and destroy. Go, kitty, go. What's the gun you're using on the Necromech? That's just the Necromech's 4th ability. It's like an exalted weapon. And then I also was using the Larkspur Prime on top of that, yes. The beam one? Yep. That's Larkspur. That's what it was. Is it good? It's my... I mean, it was my favorite until the Arbuset. I just like the Arbuset more now. But yeah, the Larkspur Prime's great. I still think the dual Decurions and the Maslin do more, but it's certainly not a bad weapon, especially now that you can put Arcanes on them. So very sleepy. Hello, so very sleepy. Hope you're doing well. Sabagoth? Ooh, Sabagoth is good times. Prisma dual Decurions are just insane. Yeah, they're really bonkers. Same with the Moslin, right? Oh, I just exited out of my incarnate form. Hey, Krumpy, good to see you again. How you been? That's not the enemy I meant to point out. That's the enemy I meant to point out. Time to get captured. Time to become kidnapped. Kuva Grattler? The Kuva Grattler is also a really solid choice. Vitoplast. Oh, I just realized I'm not going to be able to win the races because I'm not playing... what's his face? Uriel. I'm not able to cheat in the races anymore. Sad. Easy peasy. Whee. Ah! X-misses. That's a lot of anger. My shields, no! Oh, you bastards again. I hate the Necromechs. I hate these little guys. They're just oddly tanky. Arc melee love? Well, I mean, arc melees are really only used in arc wing, right? So, although it would be cool if we could have arc melees in non-arc wing. Let me use my Nux. Oh, imagine Nux gaming. All right, because she deals percentage-based damage, her barrels are stupid strong against the Necromites. Big old fists. I want to fist your bump. No, that's not right. Cardi will get that one. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get per-roll ads. Sit tight. See you in a second. Clip it. It's a reference. It's a reference. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Deep dive with new lore unfolding. It's very crazy. She ties into all the story. Yep. I have heard, you know what? I kind of want to do like a lore deep dive into Warframe's lore one of these days. Because I used to really be into Warframe's lore, and then I just kind of like stopped for some reason. Not any reason in particular. Just kind of stopped. I think it's just because I was so busy with other stuff in life, and I just kind of stopped paying attention to it. Your intentiveness stops you from delving too deep? Yeah, I feel like that's kind of how it is. You don't even know how to clip? It's okay. There's worse things on the internet of me saying things. Go rip a beer and smoke a joint. Midnight for you? Okay, well, you have yourself a good sleep. Thanks for swinging by and saying hi. Hope you had a good day. I think only VIPs and mods can do the clip command. I don't think non-VIPs or mods can do the clip command. I actually can't remember. Someone try it. For science. Someone try typing !clip. Who's not a VIP or a mod? Make up, you need to make money. We'll find out. Yes, apparently it is only mods and VIP setup. Oh, no. Nope, there we go. I was wrong. Yeah, I'll take the free health and energy regen, why not? It just takes a second. Yeah, it just takes a second to do its thing. Because the command has got to like populate it and like all that jazz. So it just takes a second. Ability in use. Huh. Oh, there we go. That's certain what happened there. Need to make money. It's a bug? Yeah, I figured it is. Typically speaking, when things don't work the way they're supposed to, it's a pretty safe assumption that it do be a bug. You don't think I understand works in the build? It's because Archon Stretch can be activated by companion abilities, so it is just free energy. That's the reason. Archon Stretch is ability damage, not ability status effects, and does not need to be from your abilities, just needs to be abilities done by you as your loadout. So a companion will activate Archon Stretch for that free delicious energy. And if you need more information on that, you can type !point Archon Stretch. That toxin proc. You don't like Sentinels? I like the Nautilus. I like the Dirigia. But yeah, the other Sentinels are not necessarily my cup of tea. Not that they're bad. They're just not for me. Hey, you. You do that tech with hounds too? Yep. You can do it with hounds. You can do it with what the hell? That spawn pod apparently counted as an enemy. You can do it with hounds. You can do it with most robotic companions can do it with the coolant leak tech. If you want to go that route. You can also do it with the Panzervolpophyla. You can do it with what are some of the other options? Panzervolpophyla. Helmets Charger, Feral Predacite will all give you the extra energy from Archon Stretch. Yeah, the Panzer to me is just the free viral priming for yourself. How do non-robotics proc it? The Panzervolpophyla with its viral quills is an ability, and as long as you put electric damage on the claws, it will count the ability as doing electric damage. If you are the Helmet Charger's charge, same deal. The Feral Predacite's anabolic pollination. No, it's the other one. Not anabolic pollination. It's the other one. I can't remember what the other one's called though off the top of my head. Will also do it. So as long as you mod the claws with electric, then the companion will activate it. If an ability deals ability damage. And then the wiki, of course, has all the information on everything else there. Lifesteal blessing. Well, don't mind if I do. Only weak points are vulnerable. Oh no. Duplex can be a survival mod. Yeah, it's duplex because the minions that you summon with duplex will actually or the minions that get summoned from duplex actually have a fairly high threat value to them, so the enemies will pay attention to them over you sometimes, and thus will give you that extra damage. Resonator's survival ability? That's her helmets, right? Yep, definitely survivability. Because, again, it's a high threat object, so the enemies will pay attention to it over you. I actually ran that on my Nova for quite a bit. If you can buff the duplex clones, it works as an energy restoring mod too. Yeah, but that was like requires like stretch. Like no, not stretch. Sorry, that requires shock trooper. Can't think of it any other way that would do that. Kills a lot of things. Yeah, the only thing with the hounds is that they're pretty squishy. So I'm not like the biggest fan of the hounds personally. It's not that they're bad by any means. They're very, very good. But they are a bit of a glass cannon companion. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Shock Trooper. How would Nova give it electric damage? Oh, is it you're giving a damage buff to them? Is it just any damage buff to them will do it? And we'll activate it. Anything that makes them do damage? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Did not know that Duplex Bond would do that. It's very interesting. Duplex clones have... Oh, yeah, but... Oh, sorry. Sorry. I think I misunderstood what you were talking about there, Evan. I was saying that if you give them damage, that the duplex clones would activate Archon Stretch. That's what I thought that you were saying. But that doesn't sound like what you're saying. Odd. Eat. Eat. Galacta's own form of energy saying, yeah. Sorry. Yes, you are absolutely right. Yes. Because the duplex clones, as long as they do damage, and they don't actually need to get the kills on their own. They just need to do damage for duplex for the extra energy orb. So even then, like, you don't even need the damage on there. But again, them doing extra damage does help you. If I remember correctly, they don't need to get the kill. They just need to get the assist for duplex clone, duplex spawn energy gen. But you're right. If you give them an extra bit of damage, then that extra bit of damage will help them to get kills. The more kills you get, the more energy orbs you spawn, the more good times. That's a lot of people up there. Cardi, shoot your balloons. We're playing alchemy. Mod for electric damage for the Archon. You'd want to be using Coolant Link for that. For the Archon stretch. Coolant Link will count as an ability for the companion and can be put on any companion, and we'll give you that. It says their kills? Yeah, but what does the wiki say? Because it says their kills, but I think that it just needs to be an assist from the companion. Felt a little silly, Billy? Well, fine. Well, fine. Yeah, so if you want to use the Nautilus, use Coolant Link. Coolant Leak on your companion, and that will activate it. Status, damage over time, against status vulnerability. Sure. Another companion you love for energy is Death Cube. Yep, Death Cube is also very solid. Not a lot of people use the Death Cube, even me, I'm not a big fan of it, but it does generate a lot of energy. Duplex bond. Okay, well, I'm in the middle of Descendia, so I'll look that up after. Especially because we got Vampire Bastards here. Yeah, I'm more than happy to, Kirby. That's what I'm always here for. All right, this is a box breaker. I always forget that his 4 is a box breaker. His 1's also a box breaker, so I could have gone with that as well. Assist kills. Okay, so duplex bond seems to be only on kill. Some of the bond mods are on assist. Yeah, Death Cubes is on kill or assist, and there's a few others that are on kill or assist. I just couldn't remember if duplex bond was on kill or assisted kill. Elimination, chemical warfare, that's illegal. You can't do chemical warfare. You love duplex bond? I mean, I throw duplex bond just on everything for, you know, any extra energy orbs brought to us is never something I'm going to say no to. You know what I mean? Even if I'm not building specifically around making my companion stronger, more energy is more energy. You know? Duplex is a must. It's just sort of free energy, you know, when it happens, and it's just like, because companions now these days do actually a significant chunk of damage. Like, my Panzer just runs around and smacks people for 2 million damage. It's like, it's just getting kills every once in a while for me, and that's what matters, right? And then, like, of course, there's the whole Verglass shenanigans on top of that, which does wild damage. I was spinning and you ballooned them, and then I got put up on a balloon and I bounced on the balloons a bit there. So that was kind of hilarious. An unintended interaction. I'll never say no to fun, weird, old interactions like that. Unintended interactions, those are the words I'm looking for. Dancing on a Crazy Style, the sequel, you know it. Hey, you. Die. Hey, do you know that I have minions? And the minions do a lot of damage on Caliban? But they only work if you have them summoned out. Crazy, right? You actually had to nerf your Panzer's Claws? Nah, let them go wild. Any extra kills is just extra kills. I'll take anything. Taking your buffs? Nah. They're not taking your buffs. They're just, you know, helping. Put Duplex Bond on Venari? Nah, if only. There's gotta be like some minor amounts of balance to it. Here's my Koro with 17 cats. That's me in the future. 17 cats. What balance? The creative director? Yeah, it's true. Actually, it was the design director. That was from Pablo. That's a quote from Pablo, not Reb. Although, to be fair, I think Reb would also say that. It's like, what balance? Yeah, well, the persistence nerf was necessary because, remember, DE will only nerf something if it falls under, like, 3 categories. Unintended interaction, disrupting other players' gameplay, and AFK. And persistence was allowing for AFK before it got nerfed. And it's not even that bad because status immunity frames. Limbo most likely going to be nerfed? Nah, Limbo's a skill check. That's all it is. You gotta know how to play with Limbo, and you gotta know how to play as a Limbo. He's the most skill-intensive and knowledge-required frame in the game. Who's my main? It's definitely Nesha. Is what I mean, like, I don't really think that Warframe has mains, but like I would say that the one that I play the most overall is definitely Nesha. He needs a quality of life pass. Yeah, it's ill. He just needs to be a little bit more player friendly, right? He needs to be more like, he's actually a really good frame. He just needs to be a little bit more friendly to squad mates, and then there will be zero problems with him. It's just sort of, you know, Warframe players don't know how to read, so they barely know how to read their own abilities. They're not going to read another frame's abilities that they aren't playing. So, you know, that's kind of just what happens. Not for later levels? Yeah, actually, very much true. Kulovo, because volatile recompense, you can technically get one shot through the overguard gating times. So you actually can't rely on volatile recompense to keep you alive. And especially when you start going into like high level stuff beyond just sort of base steel path or like base 180 steel path, Kulovo's survivability needs a little bit of love. Yeah, but then if you take off the augment, then you need to be casting the ability every like 35 seconds, right? or less. You gotta be casting like every second and a half. Because especially when you get to the later stages, then everything just dies. Like everything will deal so much damage there. 0.5 second overguard gate max. That's correct. Yes. And the problem with volatile recompense is that they get spit out every half second and have flight time. So that flight time allows you to get one shot through volatile recompense, which is the main problem with it for like going into high level content stuff. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break here. See you in a second. If I win this and I'm not... Okay, I didn't win it. I was gonna say, if I win this and I'm not playing Uriel, I'm gonna be disappointed in all of you. Oh yeah, I assume we're getting another borrow visit this week. I assume we are. We should. Because that borrow was to make up for the iOS people. 3 borrow shorts in a row? I know, it's great. I love borrow weeks. The funny thing was I just literally copied and pasted the previous week's borrow and be like, yep, this is the exact same borrow, so if you already know what's up, then you don't need to watch this. But for everybody else, here's the exact same borrow, and I literally just copied and pasted the thing over to a new short. I was like, yep, I'm gonna be lazy. I'm allowed to take the easy wins every once in a while, okay? I love easy wins. The best was when we got borrow every week during Halloween. 4 out of 30 shorts done like that. Oh, it was great. You have no idea what the seer is for? Guns. It's for doing good damage. It's for putting bullets into people. Kirby the Bard, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Definitely didn't need to do that, but I appreciate you. I'm always happy to give people advice anytime or answer questions anytime that I'm live. The mighty Kuba is here, yes. The Pope of Awesomeness has reappeared in my shorts comments. Ace for the 5 gifted subs. Hell yeah, Ace. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. If you got gifted a sub from Ace, please make sure to say thank you because that's the right thing to do. For everybody else, if you want in for the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote. Help support the community, all that jazz. Sound alerts, biddies. Everyone check your couch for your Bezo bucks. Remember, you have the legal right and obligation to steal money from Jeff Bezos every month. Hiya. Oh, hey, yeah. There we go. We got there. You know what? I gotta bother Barty. Because Barty had the cloud damage numbers, and my cloud damage numbers aren't working, so Barty clearly has something on the settings that I don't. Yeah, it's so see how my damage is like so centered on like the target? If you use the cloud damage numbers, it forces it out a little bit further, so it ends up you know, making you so you can see the enemy a little bit easier. Yeah, the donut, that's the cloud. That's what I'm talking about. Good to hear now that Araxia's minions now scale based off enemy level. Yep, it's quite tasty. My Nezha loadout, good for a Persistence Umbral build. I don't use them as a Persistence Umbral because it's, in my opinion, just not really all that necessary, but it is very good, and if you'd like to see my Nezha builds, there you go. I have 7 of them there for you to check out at your leisure. But Persistence does work very well on him, and then you just switch out one of the Arcanes for Persistence and, you know, triple Umbrals or something there. Bean for the 5k biddies. Holy sheesh. Sheesh. LR5 delay, 5 months, 11 days. Thank you very much, Bean. I appreciate you for the 5k biddies. Thank you very much for supporting the community. To extend the twain, thanks. Dark First, Pyrotechnics, Thermal Sunder. Pyrotechnics is the highest damage in one, so that's what I go for. It's also the one that I prefer. It ends up, because of the ragdolling shenanigans, each time you hit an enemy, it hits them 6 times with each pillar. And then we'll transfer over the heat effects to everybody else. So on 20 enemies, it's about 400 heat procs with 1 cast. You also got paid today. Congratulations. Limbo Manifest is one of your next mission. Luckily, as a Protea, you don't care about the shenanigans. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But yeah, on Nezha, I really do prefer the Pyrotechnics. If you feel like being lazy, Thermal Sunder is very useful because both Pyrotechnics and Thermal Sunder go through LOS, so you can do that very easily. Very, very simple. And then if you want to make any of my builds into persistence builds with Nezha, you just put on health conversion, honestly, and then just put on persistence, then you're good to go. It's real easy. Or you can go triple umbrals if you feel like it. Hawk2a for the 5 months. For the tier 1 6 months. My apologies, Hawk2a. Thank you very much. Pyrotechnics goes through LOS? No, Thermal Sunder goes through LOS. Sorry, I thought I said Thermal Sunder. No, they've been here at the same time. No. They've been here at the same time, and they've been here also at separate times. It is not Mustard's ult. They are different people. It's not Bean and Zenosfire. So am I in the Saren? Yeah, but Bean's the Saren, not you. Wait a second, who's the Saren? Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no! Which one of you is it? I don't know anymore. Ah! Billy Sam scaled level cap? Yeah. It's super comfy level cap. The Pyrotechnics build in that link there was the I took to level cap and it was no concerns. Literally snooze fest. I was like, oh, we're at level cap. I thought this was supposed to be hard. That was my first Cascade level cap when I went in with my Nezha, and I was like, I thought this was supposed to be hard. Like, yeah, you're playing Nezha. You're playing your Nezha. Barty said, I'd be like, right, Nezha. Yeah, and the damage that Nezha deals in level cap with the Pyrotechnics build, again, outrageously strong. No concerns. Just make sure, like, if you have any concerns and you aren't doing the persistence stuff, the answer to that, to like the problem with survivability, like if you're having any survivability problems, like I mentioned in the video, the augers here on your pistols. And I mentioned this in the video that I said there. Bean or Ace in the same room as one another? True. You all are the same person. Perma dead on Nezha, you can't figure him out? Go watch my video, Def. Yeah. You just, you'd run one or two of these, and congratulations, you're unkillable, because you're constantly casting on Nezha, so you're basically shield gating plus damage redirecting, right? You're doing a little column A, a little column B. Gifting subs on this account and bits on the other, it would be a little bit weird. It would be a little strange for you to do that. Would be a little strange. If you want in for the hype train, everybody got another minute or so there. You can get on the hype train, get yourself a cool little emote, help support the community, all that jazz. Gifted subs, sound alerts, biddies, all that jazz. You hate Excalibur's 4th when there's a nullifier? I just ignore them. I eventually just let them die to gas clouds from the status effects from influence on my Exalted Blade. And those just hit it. Yeah. Also, I think the Exalted Blades hit the nullifier bubble. Wait. Don't the Excalibur's Exalted Blades hit the nullifier bubble? Huddle, just a quick 5 minutes in and out in the semi. Exalted weapons can pop nullifier bubbles? That's what I thought. Hi, Blue. How you doing today, Blue? 5-minute adventure time, but it's real? Maybe. I swear, it's only 5 minutes. Nullifier? These guys will spawn their nullifier bubbles. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Exalted Blade hits it. Yeah. Exploring before the Creepy Nuts concert. Oh, hell yeah. I hope you have yourself a great I hope you have a good time at the Creepy Nuts concert. Heck yeah. Oh, is playing Noko's mission and a nullifier spawn next to you? Okay, yeah, you can't live inside of the nullifier bubble. That is true. Thank you very much, Hawk2 for the 6 months tier 1. Thank you very much, Real Human Being for the 5k biddies. Thank you very much, Ace for the gifted sub. For the 5 gifted subs, my apologies. And Kirby the Bard for the new Prime. Thank you all for the hype train. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. Why is Titania pointer finger pointy and slightly curled? You'll find out when you're older. Hope stream is going well. Got a quick question about maxing CO damage. How many additional status effects is it possible to stack while using Shock Trooper and gas with melee influence and Truth Flame? Also, thank you very much for the follow, Killian. Okay, so it depends on the weapon, because then you would have gas electric, right? Then you would have IPS. So it's 5 potentials just there. And then gas electric, and then you could do arc coil Dirigia, right? So then that would be a potential 5 or 6 other status effects depending on how you mod out your companion's weapon. Unless you're doing like status priming from a companion or from like using Varuna's abilities or anything like that. Like Varuna will apply 5 and spread 5. So that's 5 different random ones there, potentially overlapping. There's Loki decoy, damage decoy augment. So that's all 13 there. For the Siam specifically, you would be able to do... I mean, hypothetically, you would have to like really drastically change up your modding. You could go gas, electric, viral, or gas, electric, magnetic, rad, because those are both single mods. If you run nourish, that would be another, and then IPS. And heat, because the Siam has heat on its blade. So 9, theoretically. Zaz Whisper, yeah, also Zaz Whisper, or Valiant's Formation, or thermal transfer, you know, Helminth's ability plus. So yeah, just on the weapon, that's sort of your options. Magnetic Rad, Corrosive Blast, Viral, Void with Astral Bond. I don't think Void... Yeah, but they're saying specifically just on the Siam, right? Like not taking in outside sources is my understanding of what you're asking for. So just on the Siam, I would say like 9 max. Yeah, somewhere in there. The Siam vid? Oh, do you mean this Siam vid here? Yes, I do love the Siam. It's actually pretty fun. Especially Truth Flame. Truth Flame just does some wild ass stuff. That thing's nutty as hell. And to answer your call, your question, Kyle, I'm probably not going to be doing the circuits today. No, I probably won't be touching the circuit until, and it'll be the Steel Path circuit until whatchamacallit comes out. Does Slam have an interaction with elements beside Condition Overload, which every melee has? Yeah, with Condition Overload, the wave that it shoots out on heavy attack gets multiplicative damage from Condition Overload. So, I mean, it's outside of the normal thing that melees have. It's multiplicative. Yeah. Not this Seer build, I figured much. I mean, you're going in the right direction, right? Like, probably wouldn't run Stunning Speed, probably wouldn't run Accelerated Isotope. This weapon has very low ammo capacity, so I probably wouldn't do any more fire rate than the Lethal Torrent. The only real reason you're using Lethal Torrent is for the multi-shot. So I would probably drop this because you're just going to be eating through your ammo super quickly. I would also probably drop this as well. It's unnecessary. Look inside of the... You could go into crit side of things, of course, but I would probably look more into the status side. If you go into crits, I would say use secondary Enervate, so that you have your crit chance there, and then you can go heavy into your critical damage. And then probably for your Excella slot, ammo mutation, so that you can have better ammo, because it has only 27 ammo maximum with 9 in the pool, 9 in the mag. So you could go crit chance here, you could go another element, you could go critical damage, and then go Enervate, stuff like that. Arcane for the status build. Depends on if this thing gets multi-gun co, because I can't remember if it does. Kuvasir does get multi-gun co. Kuvasir does get multi-gun co. So you actually want to also get Galvanized Shot on here. For the Arcane, you'd be looking at either more multi-shot with like Conjunction Voltage, just more base damage, like just straight up damage with like Cascade of Flare, Merciless for the reload speed, Deadhead for the headshots. So kind of depends on what Arcane you're wanting to go for, right? This is the one that did not need the ammo nerf. Nah, but probably someone was like, it'll do it. Cascade of Flare or Enervate? I would probably say Enervate personally. It's what, I mean, if you can get free critical chance on a secondary, which have a ton of critical damage mods, even at a 1.9 critical damage multiplier, this thing has base, you can get that up pretty high. So like, typically speaking, I would go for that. Radiation Valiance, yeah, I would probably swap off of Radiation personally. Go Magnetic, or go just like a Heat Toxin Electric. Don't forget Elemental Vices exist, so once you get 5 form on there, you can throw on an Elemental Vice and change the elements at will! You can just do some funny things with it. It's into me. It feels so off because I took yesterday off. Like, my existence is based off of when I stream. So when I take like a Tuesday off, I keep thinking that the next day is Tuesday because this is my first stream of the week. I know it's Wednesday, but it's Wednesday, my dudes. I know it's Wednesday, but my brain's like, yeah, it's your weekly day on Warframe. That means it's Tuesdays. Like, no, that's not how that works. Time still passes. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Actually, that would be a good sound alert. For the Zacti? I think I do, actually. I do, yes. Yeah. It's an older build, and I think it's before Enervate came out, so I don't know if it needs to be changed. Should you leave it in recommendations? Yeah, I gotta go through the recommendations channel and get some stuff added in. But if only on sound alerts I could have it active, so that that one would only be active on Wednesdays. Because that would be pretty funny. Only on Wednesdays you can use the sound alert. It's Wednesdays, my dude. Oh, and then we could do the Flat Fuck Friday on Fridays. Shit. That's so much extra work every day in the week. Oh, that would be so much extra work, but also it would be really funny. Okay, let me think on that, because that would be funny. That's like a lot of extra work. Would you all actually use those, though? Realistically, think in your wallets. Because it would require your biddies. Think with your wallets. Would you be willing for those to happen on Wednesdays and Fridays only? I wonder if I can set it up on sound alerts so that those will only activate on those days of the week. You're broke? What are you asking me for? True. I mean, not true, but fair. You know what? That actually would be pretty funny. I think that might be worth the extra work for the funniness of it. Okay, let me think on that. We gotta run a quick eye break, and I'm just gonna go stretch my legs. I'm actually really happy that I managed to stand all day today, especially after how rough I was feeling yesterday. So, I'll be right back in a few minutes here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to a sub to a turbo. Otherwise, it's tape. We'll see you in a few minutes. Bye! I mean, the standing thing is more to do with, this is what happens when I actually eat properly. Because I consumed like 5,000 calories last night. Break your ribbon, send it on down. Send it on down. Come on down to Funky Town. You reminded me that you forgot to eat again? Come on, Cardi. I'm supposed to be the one who fails at eating. Actigar Prime, you'll cringe at this? Why would I cringe at this? The ammo magazine you would pick up. Oh, that's a little bit rough, yeah. But a single ammo pickup will give you a 60. So, like, not that bad. Damage is nice, and the multi-shot's nice. The reload speed doesn't really matter. But it's not going to say no to having reload speed. 69 ammo maximum, nice. Yeah, it is pretty nice. The minus, yeah, but you get ammo from, like, a single ammo pickup gives you a 60. So you just need to, like, pick up one, and you're good to go. I guess if you, like, don't get any, then that would be kind of unfortunate. I mean, you could get rid of prime steady hands and put on ammo drum or whatever the heck it is for pistols. You can also show the Kimbo slip shot. Yeah, exactly, that too. Because then you would have 100% ammo efficiency. No, that's prime steady hands. The weapon recoil. It's like you go deadhead instead. I mean, like, that ribbon's not bad outside of the ammo maximum, and you can work around the ammo maximum. But you also have fallen for the classic no pasta with your sauce. So maybe you're going enervate here. The Thalis, melee damage, critical chance, electricity. That's really tasty, actually. Because that's free influence, right? Gives you more melee damage, which actually, with the Thalis' heavy attack explosion thing in Carnage Evolution, it doesn't work with condition overload. So actually having more melee damage here is actually not a bad thing. Because this is just replacing your 60-60 electricity, giving you influence, giving you critical chance, which it likes already because it's a crit-based weapon, and then also giving you melee damage. So, like, that's actually a really tasty ribbon. Yeah. That's a tasty one. Huh. Okay, I am gonna sit. Yeah, my back is a little bit angry. Like, yeah, no, I would say pretty solid. Yeah. No, Actigars are hit scan. They don't have they don't get multi-gun co. Oh, the Zacti? I think the Zacti doesn't. And also you're largely with the Zacti playing around the cloud that it leaves on the ground. So probably don't want to build into that. Even if it did. Because you're typically playing around the lingering gas cloud on the ground rather than the direct damage. So probably more that direction than anything. Probably. Probably. You don't have many good ribbons? It's okay. Ribbons are one of those things where you'll get going pretty quickly, right? Should we do some nightmares? Who wants to join me for some nightmares? Is there a frame that can be close to, if not perma-stealth? He's also someone walking around invisibility to force fields while doing spy missions. That would probably be either Loki or Ivara. Loki has an augment that allows you to go through the tripwires without the laser gates without activating them, and so does Ivara. Is probably what you're experiencing. I think Loki has an augment for that, right? Am I going crazy? I think Loki does. I think Loki has an augment that allows him to do that. I know it's not just Ivara. I know that there's another one. No, it's not Loki. I know Ivara does. Wukong, yeah, Wukong is different. Wukong allows you to go through it. And who's the other one? Wukong Cloud allows you to go through them. Noko's 3, you can go through them. And Limbo, of course, because you're on another plane of existence. Is another one. But that doesn't do the invis stuff. Yeah, I mean, Wukong is I'm not gonna lie, Wukong is the best spy frame. there's Wukong is a hell of a spy frame. Mirage? Does Mirage have an augment that allows her to go through the tripwires? Neja's the best spy frame? I don't think so. Neja does the murder, but then again, if you do the murder, people can't see you if they're dead. All right, who wants to join me for some nightmares? Who would like to join us for some nightmares here? To get these nightmare tatters. Oh, I'm gonna go get some more water. Otherwise, I'll just go do these myself. I want to grab those cameras then. Okay. Yeah, I think Ivar is the only one who can, as an invis frame, who can do it. All right, I'll go do nightmares myself. All alone. Energy drain mode, low gravity mode. Yeah, let's grab the boy. That's the wrong boy. Riaz, you'll join? Sure. You're not online, Riaz. Chicken nuggets in time, heck yeah! I had some chicken nuggets yesterday, they were tasty. Okay, Riaz, let me know when you're online. Anybody else do some nightmares? You're on? You wanna shoot me a private message? Psycho Teletubby, Psycho Teletubby, can you remember your in-game name? Never mind. Oh, there you are, Riaz. Apparently just need to refresh. Okay, we got room for one more if anybody wants to join us for some nightmares to farm some stuff for the event. Did Warframe make Hammershot easy? No, Hammershot's still hard to get. You love to join, but you're stuck farming a single Grendel Prime part? Well, you could take a break from farming the single Grendel Prime part, instead come with us. But I get it if you want to do that. I'm just gonna go run some of these so I can get the ephemeras from the event. A few others like the Lado, Vandal, Bratton Vandal, and a few others. Yeah, they improved mainly weapons and warframes drop rates and farm rates. I don't think that they increase the drop chances for mods and stuff like that. Some others, the Sporthrix, the Arm Spinoza, the Nidus. So there was a few, but I can't remember what all of them were off the top of my head. Mirage's second skill lets you go through barriers? Really? No, Gyre's just, you know, a little bit RNGE, but I don't think that they made any changes to that. When in doubt, to the patch notes! You can find out which ones will do it in the patch notes. Oh no, I'm out of energy. Oh no. Whatever shall I do? Bam! I found energy. Let them all fire. Whee! Comey? Yeah, Comey is like actually an incredible frame. A lot of people sleep on how good she is. I mean, even without her decrease, she does a ton of damage. She's actually like, she's got some interesting tech with her first ability. Because her first ability will get bonuses from universal damage bonuses. So you do some really interesting things with it. Raffle Advance can go through layers because you literally teleport through them? Yeah, I think so. Nudges 2 bounces through the lasers? That one I did know. Exterminate. Let's see if we get ourselves a hammer shot. Chat, do you think we're gonna get a hammer shot? Yup, you think so? I don't think so. It is only a 1% chance. Streamer luck will always prevail? True. Oh, and the other way, if you're looking to farm bite, another way, or not bite. We were talking about hammer shot, not bite, so why am I talking about bite? Don't mind me. I am apparently still mildly psychotic. I love low-level missions! Mildly? How dare you? How dare you, one of the people who's been here the longest, call me out on my joke about being psychotic? How dare? You now have hammer shot, you just randomly got it? True. That's always the best when it's like, surprise, here's a mod that you didn't think you were gonna get. You mentioned at least twice in stream that you're insane. Yeah, but we know you're insane. You're crazy. Insane, crazy, or crazy insane. I feel like we've been down this tile already, but that was because it was a repeat tile between the missions, so... But there was a certain deja vu there. Max, welcome in. How you doing? Accelerated blast! And now Gyre exists? Yeah, but also you gotta remember, World on Fire back then, there was nothing quite like it back then. We didn't have anything in comparison. A sheepdog, Tibetan Mastiff, and poodle mix. What an odd mix of a dog. Like, how big of a dog is that? Because Tibetan Mastiffs are huge. But then, like, poodles aren't that huge, and sheepdogs are definitely not that huge. So did it equal out to be like a normal sized dog? Let her be a spamcaster in Steel Path, but she is a spamcaster in Steel Path. That's how I play her. It works great. That already exists for Ember. y'all know the deal. Just gotta run a quick ad break every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, kind of like me, and you want to support the community to accept a turbo, YouTube membership, YouTube premium. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a bit. 5 months, or you see great, and she can look your Great Dane in the eyes without. That's a healthy weight for her. Will be 120, 200, 120, 110, 120. Yeah, but if she's already looking at a Great Dane, she's gonna be bigger than that. Scroll your channel to see if a D2 video, but no. Destiny 2? I mean, there used to be some D2 videos on there, but I kind of took them off just because of how old they were. Open? Thank you. Wish you could see me playing D2. Oh, it was forever ago. I mean, like, if Bungie gets them, like, I like D2. Don't get me wrong, that's what I started streaming as. I was a full-time D2 streamer. And, but I just, you know, the game went south. I migrated back to Warframe, haven't left. But if they get the stuff sorted out, get themselves sorted out, I could easily see myself playing D2 again. I actually really like the game. I hope that they get themselves figured out. Main class, Warlock. Yeah, I love Warlock. No shield mode, mobile defense. Da, 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 da. Excuse me, thank you. Yeah, when they did their layoffs, I was just like, they lost all my faith when they did their first round of layoffs in like 2023, and that's when I stopped playing. Because like, so for those who don't know, like I'm professionally trained at HR. Like I have my HR degree. I used to be a part of the HRPA. I used to do HR consulting, and like they did all of the worst possible things that they could do in a layoff situation. Like they looked at the textbook, and when the textbook said no, they read yes. So when that happened, I was just kind of like, okay. And then it just like, you know, on top of everything else that was happening with that game, I was like, okay, I'm done here now. They did everything on opposite day. Yeah, they did. Yeah. So I was just kind of like, at that point, I was like, yep, I can see the signs. If they're doing layoffs like this, I know where this is going. So I was like, okay, I'm done. And well, look where we're at now with D2, right? Unfortunately. But like I said, I do want them to get back on their feet. I want them to get themselves sorted out. I want that game to do well, and I want those people to still have their jobs. So, you know, I hope that they get themselves sorted out and get themselves improved. Because like I said, I actually really like D2. It's a ton of fun. I think that their, you know, Halo was the OG super popular PvP game, right? And so they have the chops to know what they're doing. But they kind of put shareholder value in front of customer value, and they kind of forgot that the shareholders aren't the people that actually make the money. You know? It's like, I always say, you know, Bungie takes care of their shareholders, whereas DE takes care of their customers. And, like, that's the big difference between the two companies when it comes to, like, that, right? There was just sort of a big dichotomy between the two companies and how they operate in that direction. Finally came back. Welcome back, R5. How you been? Turns out when you care about your customers, yep, exactly. If you take care of your customers will take care of you, right? And that's kind of the mentality that DE has, or at least that's what it feels like from the outside, I should say. You know, it shows. It shows. It really, really shows. Kuvalzar, you forgot how to get to the Kuva weapons. So first off, you can't have an adversary, Kuvalich, Coda, Technocyte Coda, or a Tenant Sister of Parvos active at the time, and as long as you don't have one of those active at the time, then you can get one started. The usual place to get a Kuvalich started is Cassini, the capture on Saturn. You do not need to do it on Steel Path. You go in, you kill 27 enemies, capture the target. You can kill the enemies after capturing the target. Wait for the lights to blip that indicates that you're being invaded by a enemy. Then it will give you a notification saying, subject found. Tell the queens we found a potential blah, 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 blah. You down the enemy so that they're kneeling for you to capture them. You look at the icon above their head. If it's a weapon that you want, then you take them. If it's a weapon that you don't want, you leave them on the ground. And when you leave them on the ground and complete the mission, it will put that weapon at the back end of the pool. So there's 21 different Kuva weapons. And if you, for instance, get a Kuva Grattler and you don't want the Grattler, you're looking for the Kuva Ghoul Saw for some reason, or whatever you're doing, leave the Larvling on the ground, and then the Kuva Grattler, when you complete the mission, will be put at the bottom of the list. And that is the quick and dirty answer for how to get a Kuvalich going. Do Kuvalich have ephemeras? Yes, they do. All of them do. Finally have a breather. Hope you're doing well today, Iron. Welcome back. I know that you said that you're going to be quite busy this week, but happy to have you here today. Blaze! It's hot. It's a little warm today for an April. At least here, it's a little warm. It's like 20, no, 7, is it 12 degrees outside? Quite busy for the next like month and a half. No worries, it's all good. Deimos Nightmare. It's easy. Oh, Friendly Zarat. Let's take a look at your... Oh, never mind. We'll take a look at yours when we're out of here. Hey, Zaptron, how you doing? Yeah, Railjack is actually really profitable and actually really fun. I like Railjack quite a lot. Max level Kuva weapons at the start was the worst part. Need to run the same mission so many times to get the lucky one. Yep. And that's why, in my opinion, where the hell is this game trying to tell me to go? Oh, in here. Oh, right there. That tunnel. The tunnel. The secret tunnel. Railjack's pretty fun. I actually really like Railjack. I just haven't played in a long time. Maybe we should do some Railjack relics this week. I know Dalen will be excited for that. There's 2 players. You did a thing? You're LR5 now? Heck yeah, Grim. How you been? Life really do be lifing right now? Don't you worry. You life that life so harded that it life's life. And we'll be here when you're back. And when things are a little bit more calm for you. I actually hope that they'll give us more railjack stuff with the winter patch this year. Good so far. How am I? I'm doing pretty good. Just hanging. We did some farming. We did some hanging. We did some relic. Well, we haven't done relics. We got our weeklies done though. One step closer to Coda weapons. Heck yeah, cool guy. You're almost there. More railjack content was confirmed. I don't think it's confirmed yet. I haven't seen any official confirmation yet. Okay, Zeret, let's see here. You got a Jade. Archon Vitality, so I assume you're playing around your Glory. Equilibrium, Boreal's Hatred for a little bit extra shield and efficiency. Arcane Energized. With Equilibrium, I feel like you probably don't need Energized on here. Especially with how much efficiency you're running. You could probably drop that for more strength. Or if you are playing around Glory, which it seems like you are, you could also go Hotshot. Growing Power, Aerodynamic for damage reduction while you're flying. You'll be flying around the whole time. Yeah, the only thing I would say is more strength. Like, you could drop Boreal's Hatred for more strength. But, like, that's about it. Like, more strength wouldn't be bad. What are you running on here? Secondary Enervate. Okay, so you don't need Hotshot, so ignore that Hotshot part earlier. Magnetic Might, Anemic Agility, Lethal Torrent, Lethal Momentum. Yeah, all looks good here. Nothing to say. Although you are running Enervate, so you don't need Pistol Gambit. I would drop this for probably just like another element. Yeah, probably just for another element. If you're playing around the alt fire for the explosions, you could go Fulmination. Here, or Firestorm, or the hell it is on here. Because you've already got Enervate here, right? Like, this is not giving you much, because this is the thing that's actually giving you your crit chance. Like, it says that it's giving you some, but in reality, this is going to be the thing giving you your crits. What element? Well, you already got Magnetic there, and you kind of want to play more into the heat. So, I mean, because you were going Fire Rate, you could throw the Rad mod on here, which does give you Fire Rate on your secondary. You could also go like Magnum Force to spread out the AoE side of things on here if you feel like it. But also, I don't really think that's much of a tech on here. Glory Hellfire doesn't break Ghost Stock? Yes, it does not. It does not. For Element, yeah, you could go Rad for more Fire Rate, because more Fire Rate is hilarious on it. Honestly. But like, you're going the right direction with the build there. Let's do non-steel path. Spy. I don't want to do spy. Sarah Sabo. Wish they show Archon shards of the build. Yeah, I always wish so. It would be real nice to have the Archon shards pop up there too. By the way, we got room for one more if anybody wants to join us for just some nightmare farming for the event. I'm just gonna try to get as many of the tatters as possible so that I can pick up the ephemeras that unlocked. Yeah. Oh, you set off the alarm. Oh. Oh, you set off the alarm, you monster. Oh. It's gonna be like this all week? Oh no. I thought it was supposed to cool down here. We got like it's like it's gonna cool down over the next few days thing. But maybe not. Topaz Shard, ability damage, rad effect. Yeah, it should. Exalted weapons count as abilities. So theoretically, yes. Oh, right, you can't use ciphers in Nightmare. Oh. I love using ciphers. So you run to extraction without guarding the console? That's fair. I mean, I'm just like, you know, I just do it. Doesn't really matter all that much. You don't need a hyper efficiency everything, you know? Sometimes it's fun just to go through stuff. Auto breach? I know, I love auto breach, but it didn't want to work for me there. I haven't had auto breach work for a long time. Do I even have auto breach on my Parazon right now? Wait a second. Last time, you don't care about it anymore? I probably wouldn't care if I'm going to be honest. I'm not someone who like goes back for those nostalgia things. Yeah, do I have the Parazon mod on? Thought I had auto breach on. Oh, I do. I thought auto breach was a 60% chance. Am I crazy? Probably. Interception, death detonation mode. Oh no. It's always been 30. It's just good old usual Mandela effect with me. Like, wasn't that 60? Like, for the longest time, I always thought that Arachne gave you 300% damage, but it's not, it's 150. But for some reason, my brain was like, yep, that's 300% damage. Ah, my leg fell asleep. Help. No. Ow. Help. Ah. Ah, I hate it so much when my leg falls asleep. It makes me feel nauseous. Ah. Okay, it's done. Okay, you take this. Because they should. Why are they heading to C first? I took A first. I mean, I'm not going to complain. You guys live your life, I guess. Well, you're not really going to be living for long, so it's fine. Ah, there they go. Back to the shadows you go. No worries, Iron. I hope that everything goes well. And that you check on in every couple of days, see how you're doing, make sure you're alive and all that. You got this. You got this, easy peasy. Make sure that you either check in on the VOD or swing by his stream so that you can keep your streak going. What's my favorite one? Pyrotechnics. It's just the highest damaging one. Like, just without a doubt. I mean, unless you're doing like a Kulivo Raffle Advance heavy slash thing, but like, I don't really like that personally. And I just really love high tempo casters in Warframe. So because I love high tempo casters, it's definitely the pyrotechnics. Big damage, cool tech, cool interaction. Makes me happy. Off you go. No worries, Iron. Rest well. Hope you have a good, get some rest during your crazy time. We'll catch you later. Thanks for swinging by, saying hi. High tempo caster, spamming ability. Yeah, those are the same. Yes, those would be the exact same things. Enjoying the Null Stars Nezha? Yeah, the Null Stars Nezha is just like super comfy. It's like, I am unreasonably tanky. I've got shield gating, I got damage resistance, and I got damage redirection. Whee! Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. Gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you're kind of like me. You want to support the community, Twitch sub to a Sherbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a bit. Ah. Ah. I like the bonfire. Enjoy fire. Because my name is Dylon, 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 and Dylon. And I spit hot fire. Get out of here, New Loca! No one cares about you. Yeah, you're gonna show up? Okay, you're underground? Of course you are. Hey. Goodbye. Nerd. Hiya! Don't take this point. Thank you. Off you go. Away you go. Off with your heads. Burn. Leveling Jade did the call mission for a mod, then map got bugged and couldn't get back in orbiter, clicked on Earth. Can't say how flabbergasted the MR zeros and 1 Excalibur in the mission was seeing an angel zooming around. Yeah, that would be a little bit weird, you're right. It's like, what do you mean? What is this Warframe that just appeared? Oh my god! Just ends up doing crazy damage in the world. Is a Lich guaranteed to appear when it gets angry? No, it's a little bit RNG. Unlike with the Coda Liches, where it's guaranteed when they're super angry to appear, and there's a straight percentage chance for them to appear. With a Kuba Lich, it's kind of like they could show up. No, to get one, you have to kill 25 enemies or like 27 enemies after, and you have to be far enough away from the extract for those. Do you have any form of adversary active? Kyle, like, do you have a sister or a Coda? Because you can't have any of those active at the same time. You don't think so? Double check. When you click escape, does it say you have, does it say here that you got like a little red square here? Or blue square or green square? Are you in a level 25 mission or higher? Yeah, Cassini on Saturn's the go-to spot. And you don't need to do it on Steel Path. Hey, get out of here. The best shotgun is what? So Warframe's kind of at this point where it's like much more what you feel like than what it previously was, depending on how long you've been last playing R5. My favorite shotgun is a toss-up between the Strun Prime specifically, the Cedo Prime, the Comb, and which has a Kuva variant now, and the Sobek, which also has a Kuva variant. Those are my favorite shotguns on the game right now. Oh yeah, the Coat of Asses does some really funny things. Absolutely, it's great. Tenant Envoy. Yes, I do have a Tenant Envoy. Envoy. Video on the Cedo Prime? Yep, just type !Cedo. Here you go. There's my Envoy build there. Easy. Do 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 do. Died to save a home. The best feeling shotgun is the Heck. I mean, to be fair, the Heck is a ton of fun. You are right. Especially the Kuva Heck with its alt fire, so it fires all the bullets at once. It just goes, it turns it into a friggin' punt gun. Oh, that's a fun one. Oh, the Boar Prime is actually a ton of fun right now too. The Boar Prime is also a good one. This is my, I'm going to, if I'm walking into a, if I ever, you know, for some reason would be in a fight, like a boxing match or a wrestling match, this would be my entry song. Hey, look, Auto Breach. Catouche? Something along those lines? Sorry, I'm dyslexic. But hey, how you doing? Welcome in. When stamina was a thing? Oh. Old. Zerat, you old. BRB going to the washroom? No worries. You're 26, you old. Negative reload speed and Boar takes 5 seconds to reload. Not bad. Kuva Sobek, you ended up with radiation. So with the Sobek, it kind of depends on what frame you're using it on, Blitz, because there are some weapons with some frames with acid shells that does some interesting things. Because it will transfer over the elemental damage buff that you get from some frames' abilities into acid shells. So if you're using, for instance, like Araxia, Cyto 9, Uriel, you want to match their specific element. On Cyto 9, you want to use electric, by the way. So you'll want to switch it to those. But typically speaking, I would say the 4 status elements that I would recommend that are just good calls would be electric, heat, toxin, or magnetic. Magnetic because it's a single mod slot and allows you to easily do your stuff. Toxin because it can go into corrosive or gas. Heat, blast, gas, just heat on its own. Electric, good on its own, and other elements there too. Long time watcher on YouTube. Fun to check the stream. Well, welcome on in. Happy to have you. Bogo, how you doing? Okay, Riaz and Psycho Teletubby, I will shoot you back an invite. I just want to see where we're at for the event resources. How much more we need to go here, if at all. Don't know which starter frame to pick. You know what the nice thing is? All of them are good, and you can get all of them relatively easy. If you don't, if you're uncertain, you can get the others quite easily. Volt is the easiest to get outside, but you need to be a part of a clan, because he is a Warframe whose blueprints you can get through your clan, aka your dojo. Excalibur is farmable on Mars, so the 4th planet that you'll get to, and once you start getting in the game. And Meg is available on Mercury, which is the 3rd planet that you get to for the game. So all those are excellent choices and super easy, like out of the 3 starters. Choose what one that you think looks the coolest, if I'm going to be honest. Meg is more of a caster mixing with ranged weapons. Excalibur is much more of a melee-based frame, and Volt is more a caster mixed with melee weapons. You're gonna go with the Egghead? Yep, so that's Meg. She's quite good. Yeah. Meg's on Phobos, not Mercury. Thank you. I always forget where the starter frames are. Okay, so a few more nightmares here to do. Boom. But yeah, they're all relatively fast to get for you in the game. When Loki used to be a starter frame, Sparktron, you're old. I mean, to be fair, the base skin for Meg is... yeah, the base skin for Meg is okay. Excal super jump, oh lord. Defense? Vampire mode? Sure. Let's just get this out of the way here. Burl. I don't think I have a Karak video out actually. My best shotgun, all my builds are on the channel. My favorite is this one, R5, but if you're looking for specific builds, you can always just look up the weapon on my YouTube channel and it'll pop up for you. And if you're watching on Twitch, then unfortunately just the bot command doesn't work on YouTube because YouTube's API is la poo poo. But you can just type exclamation point and the weapon on Twitch chat to get any of my builds for you there. Do you need the Incarnate on it? If you're looking for weapons that are not Incarnate for shotguns, this would be the one that I recommend. The Cedo is incredibly strong and is a non-incarnate shotgun. So you do not need to worry about the incarnate there. Convectrix? I don't think I've done anything with the Convectrix yet. I don't think so. But yeah, I would recommend if you don't want to do Incarnates yet, or you haven't gotten into Incarnates yet, I would recommend the Cedo. And to be fair, the Cedo is so good that, like, it's one of the most used weapons in the game for a reason. Let's put it that way. It's a very, very powerful shotgun. You have the gun, but you don't have the Incarnate on it? Yeah, don't worry about it. Even without an Incarnate, the Strun Prime is quite strong. The Incarnate just makes it stronger. Wish we'd have gotten the Tigris in the upcoming. Yeah, it would have been nice. It would have been nice. Saturn, what are you? Interception, sure. I mean, I'm excited for the Vectus Incarnate as well. Because if anything, it's just a new type of Incarnate for us to mess with. Do you know anything about the... No, we know nothing about any of the new incarnants. We should find out information on next Friday, which is the next dev stream. Can you believe that it's already April 15th? That's freaking wild, man. How are we already at April 15th? Be gone. I feel like I want something a little bit different than Ricochet. Although I wouldn't say no to Ricochet. But I would like to see something a little bit better than just Ricochet. Although, do we have any primaries that get ricochets from incarnates? Do we actually have any primaries that get ricochet rounds on incarnates? The Latron isn't ricochet. The Latron gets the bouncing balls of death. Does the Miter get ricochet? And by the way, by ricochet, we mean like the dual Toxicist, the Lato Incarnate, no, Lex Incarnate. No, the Angstroms, no, we're not talking that type of ricochet. We're talking like the Sicarus Incarnate ricochet. Also, it's a secondary. Do we count Boar? Well, that's beams. So that's not really ricochets. Primaries. Any primaries? You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, I don't think we actually have a primary that gets ricochet rends. So maybe that would actually be a good, interesting option. Like Cyto 9's Sniper gets it. The Neuralizer gets ricochet. Cerberus? No, the Cerberus gets like a ton of blast. What the Stug Incarnate would do? I kind of hope that it turns into like, I don't know, a flamethrower. A monstrous crit-based flamethrower. A beam? That would be pretty funny. Like the Furious? Yeah, maybe like the Furious. And poof, there goes the Stug identity. It's okay. They can have an identity theft or change. They're allowed to change. The Stug has been the meme for so long that we can have other memes. The Stug turning into a Gracata? You know what? I'd be up with that. An identity of suffering, true and real. So we'll turn into a shotgun? Maybe. Maybe. Gorgon Incarnate any decent? I actually really like the Gorgon Incarnate. It may not be the best Incarnate out there, but I enjoy the hell out of it. Stug Incarnate would be the compress on steroids. Ooh, that'd be fun. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what we get with the new Incarnates, right? I'm kind of really interested in see what they're gonna do with the Obex. Because they've always been kind of fun. All right, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community, to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you, mate. Give you an act compressor? I don't think that's happening. Sorry, I forgot. Telling people that unrealistic things are not gonna happen makes me a dickhead. As long as it doesn't become the next Incarnate, yeah. Flashbacks early in the stream, exactly. How dare I? I know. How dare I? Do 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 do. To this day, you still don't have the Torrid Incarnate. I think I've used it like a grand total of 3 times, and it was because I was putting form on it. The question is, what else would go with that? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, like, it's Warframe, right? Like, and they've also, because they removed a bunch of, because they removed, like, the requirement of having no alt fire from the list, we have a lot more weapons that have the potential to be, getting Incarnates, right? Because up until now, anything that had an alt fire couldn't get an Incarnate. But now the Stug, which has an alt fire, is getting an Incarnate. So it'll be interesting to see how they address that. Which also means that we'll be getting the possibility of a lot of interesting weapons that have alt fires that we weren't able to use until now. Or that didn't have any chance of getting an Incarnate. So the Agasa's not getting an Incarnate? I don't know, right? They removed that sort of requirement. So maybe. Second broken war blueprint? I'm 90% certain that's just like a drop from the Stalker or something like that. Yeah, Stalker. So you gotta fight the Stalker. All right, let's do one more here, squad. I don't want to do assassination. I don't want to do spy. I don't want to do assassination. Sure, defense. Arm cannons can get some love. I mean, I wouldn't say no to that. You love the Higasa? The Higasa could use some love. Absolutely. It could certainly use a little bit of love. Come get your violence, nerds. Hot violent novas in your area. Come on down. A minigun arm cannon? Yeah, someone mentioned that earlier. I'd be super down for that. Penta and Sheev Incarnates when? I'd be super down for that one. Can I say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? Yeah, I grew up in the 90s. I grew up watching Mary Poppins. The original, clearly, which was the better one. The original was always the better one. Stop doing stupid remakes. You just want more arm cannons? You know what? I'm with you. But the problem is, like, arm cannons are just kind of annoying because they take up so much of your screen. If we had a better camera offset option, I think the arm cannons would be much better. But they just take up so much of your screen, unless you go like this, and who the hell plays like this? Only psychopaths play like that. This is horn. I love Evil Horn. First person Warframe would be hilarious. They actually were debating making Cyto 9 first person Warframe, actually. But then they realized that they would have to do a lot of extra work for that. So then they were like, yeah, maybe not. All right, GG, we're done with those. Everything near the crosshair to transparent? Yeah, I agree, Evan. That would be really nice. No, the Dragon Nakana is a completely separate weapon. Even Nakana ribbons don't work on the Dragon Nakana. So no, it would be a completely separate weapon. Okay, well, we got 2 of them. Is there anything else that we need here? We need these, and we need that, and then we're done. And the event's ending on the 30th, so we got lots of time. Finish this off. All right, word. First person camera toggle. Yeah, Warframe's just not made to be first person in any way, shape, or form. So, like, I don't think that's ever gonna happen, if I'm being honest. They were talking about maybe doing it for Cyto 9, but then they realized that they would have to do, like, remodels of every single weapon in the game. And also, imagine bullet jumping in first person. Like, your brain would break. So, they were debating it, but they decided to not go with it. Many headaches and motion sickness would become from first-person Warframe. Yeah, precisely. While it was a super cool theory, sadly, reality and theories do not always go together. Unfortunately for all of us. Making Cyto 9 first person would also mean all future content would need to accommodate him. Precisely, yeah. All weapons would need multiple, like, models. It would cause, like, they were talking about it. I forget in what. I think it might have been an interview with Tato and No Sympathy. I think they mentioned it in one of those interviews, or maybe they mentioned it somewhere else. But they did mention that they were like, yeah, we were trying to do that, and then we realized just how much extra effing work that would be. Just limit it to the Exalted weapon? Yeah, and they could do that. But, you know, what can you do? Make it so that if 4 people summon a Necromech, you can combine it into a Gundam. Again, cool idea. Terrible attempts at implementation. Imagine trying to code that. That would be terrifying. Who would drive it? Who would get to drive it? How would it define who's the driver? One person, one leg? That sounds even worse. Interesting idea here, but what if the Parazon was also a grappling hook? I mean, it is in some things. It is in some things. Ideas that were cool but awkward to implement is basically the whole reason Warframe was in a slump from like 2020 to 2023. I would say Warframe kind of came out of its slump in 2022. That's when like the Reb crew really started taking over, right? Are there a lot of incarnates with low ammo in the in the alternate form? Yeah, the not boar. What the hell is it? Bronco. The Bronco's got really low ammo pool in the incarnate form. You mean a proper one like Valk's Ripline? I mean, in some game modes, depending on how far you are in the game, I'm not going to spoil it for you. There are some things in the game where you use the Parazon as a zipline. Like Valk's Ripline. But yeah, no, it's not in all things in the game. Despair, Leto, Vasto, yeah, those all got very low ammo as well. Yeah. There's a few of them. Bratton can be pretty small depending on which evolution you take. Yeah, the Bratton can be pretty small. But honestly, with the Bratton, it's more of, it's not small, it's just the multi-shot thing. And honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I'll take the multi-shot. Because more multi-shot has more good, and you can just recharge it. Any throwing knives incarnate has low ammo pool? True. Very true, very true. Very, very true, very, very true. It's not more multi-shot though. No, it's not more multi-shot in the incarnate form, but I like it for the multi-shot on the other side. Since I like Nadaruk, I mean the Nadaruk is a telephone pole launcher. I mean the one incarnate that I really want is the Sindo incarnate. Please, ZE. Give me the Sindo incarnate. Please. I don't think it'll ever happen, but please! A Graham incarnate? Yeah, I would like to see a heavy blade incarnate. I don't think we have a heavy blade incarnate yet. I can think of off the top of my head. Mutilus Cernos incarnate mods? We call it a telephone pole launcher and it's hilarious? Tell me I'm wrong. It doesn't shoot arrows, it shoots telephone poles. Ether Reaper incarnate? Do we need another Scythe incarnate? No. We don't need another Scythe incarnate. But you're right, an Ether Reaper incarnate would be kind of funny because everybody forgets that thing exists. Is because of Raxia and Saren? Oh yeah, no, I mean the Sobek is great for both of those and then also Cytonine and Uriel and a few others. Because that whole Acid Shells tech. Good old Acid Shells shenanigan. Good old Acid Shells. Alright, nerds. We're calling it here for me today. We are calling it here. But before we go, thank you very much to Hawk2 for the 6 months tier 1. Thank you very much, A Real Human Being, for the 5k biddies. Holy smokes. Thank you very much, Ace, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much, Kirby, for the new Prime. Thank you very much, Sleepy Boy, for the 5 months tier 1. Senpai for the new Prime. Pygmy for the new Prime. Cheese Wizard for the 3 months tier 1. Rob for the 11 months tier 1. Redacted for the 12 months tier 1. Angel for the 5 months tier 1. And that's all we got. Oh, we had some sound alerts too. We had Rue for sound alerts. We had... who do we have on sound alerts? Rue and Tara for sound alerts today. I appreciate you all. Thanks very much for supporting the community. And Hero for the sound alert too. On the way out. Had to get one on the way out, eh? Yeah, dweeb. I'm joking, Hero. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. All right, everybody, we're going to drop you all off with a good Annie Tan. I hope you all have yourselves a wonderful night. We'll be back tomorrow doing more Warframe shenanigans. And Friday's borrow and Saturday's just hanging. So we will see all y'all tomorrow. As per usual, 1 p.m. till about 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, today. Appreciate you all. Thank you very much, YouTube. Thank you very much, Twitch. See y'all tomorrow. Go spend a whole 60 seconds with Annie Tan, because that's the right thing to do. And, oh, hold on. If you got some emotes, if you got a sub, there's some emotes to throw at Annie Tan. For everyone else, take care, be safe, be good to each other. Have yourselves an excellent night. Much love. Peace.